Yes, 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 yes. Come back into the darkness. Come back into the darkness. Uh, Let, let's let's get one thing straight. A lot of this YouTube shit sometimes it can go redundant. Sometimes you need a break, no matter how long the break may be. Because one, unless people are paying me and this is my primary focus to pay bills, I'm going to take a break from it. So I'm back for the most part, some part, at least a part. Now, we're going to talk about a few subjects, some coming out of my damn head. And I don't mind it. Really don't mind it. People want to know about this kid who was mysteriously died. Let's let's go to this, right? I'm still wondering why. I'm still wondering why. They have a CBS report from 2 hours ago. GPS data track boat Mississippi teen Nolan Wells was on before he went missing. GPS data from Mississippi Department of Maritime Resources obtained by CBS News tracks the movements of the boat that carried Nolan Wells to Horn Island on July 4th. Wells was found dead after going missing for a following outing on the island. The vessel left a dock at approximately 9:59 a.m. that morning and arrived at Horn Island at 11:14 a.m. CBS News has previously reported that Wells was not on the boat when it departed the island. According to the GPS data, the boat left Horn Island at 4:31 p.m. and returned to its original departure dock. It then traveled to Fort Bayou around 5:52 p.m. before returning to the dock at 6:06 p.m. Later that evening, the boat went from Fort Bayou boat launch at 7:19 p.m. according to the MSDMR report. The report indicates the boat's owner, his mother, and one other individual who reportedly with Wells on the day of the incident have cooperated with the investigation. Following notification of the Jackson City Sheriff Office on July 5th, will take over as lead investigative agency. Wells, 18, was last seen on July 4th on Horn Island, where he had taken a boat trip with friends to celebrate the holiday, officials said. Wells traveled to the island with his friends and did not return to the mainland with them that afternoon. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter said he was last seen on the island at 3 p.m. according to attorney Vic Fox. His mother reported him missing later that night, and a search began. His body was discovered on July 6th off the coast of the island, which is 10 miles south of Mississippi mainland. Interesting. Following a search that involves the U.S. Coast Guard, the Mississippi Department of Resources, Marine Resources, and National Park Services, dental records confirmed the body was Wells. Jackson County Coroner Bruce Line told CBS an autopsy took place July 7th. Line said, but the results were not immediately made public. I wonder why. Wells' body was flown to Washington, D.C. for an independent autopsy, according to Crump. Wells' parents have said they don't believe their son would have stayed behind on an island by choice when his friends left the boat. No, he wouldn't. Nolan always stays with the group. Elmore Wonsley, Nolan's father, told CBS Morning last week, if you be with me, I'm coming back with me. So I don't understand with me being a parent, and if I was in that situation, I would have told him, "You're not going back. You're not going to get back on this boat with me because I don't want to answer to your parents if something happens to you. Excuse me, you're going to get back on this boat." When directly asked if he believed no one was left behind on the island, his father responded, "Yes, I don't believe he decided to stay on the island by himself. It just doesn't seem that is his character." Wells went to Ocean Spring High School, was a rising sophomore in Mississippi State, Southwest Mississippi Community College football team. Crump said Wells was also a good swimmer. People want to know my thoughts on it. It could be anything from homicide to a prank gone wrong, and everybody's trying to corroborate their story. You don't want to go and start fumbling with electronics. I'm looking at this whole thing. It's fugazi as shit. There's no fucking way you have an adult and you're not telling that kid get the fuck on this boat. So let's stop that. And I think it's really funny. The autopsy results have not been released yet. Because, first of all, it's either going to be a prank that went tragically wrong or somebody had it out for him. You don't just say, hey, we left this kid. Like, who does that? Who the fuck does that? And I hate to say this, but I kind of don't. Nah, really, I don't hate to say it. Black people be leaving. Some of y'all who raised in white communities or mixed communities, when the hell did your ass stop being black? Why aren't the autopsies stating, and I understand it's a case, but that autopsy should have revealed that, yeah, there's some foul play afoot. You haven't even released the autopsy. And I'm sorry. I've said this to a lot of black guys who predominantly around white guys in college, in the military, in high school. They work on a different set of rules than we do. First and foremost, nobody wanted to say shit to the parents. If the parents weren't going to say shit, they would have been happy not to say anything. And y'all were happily going to leave the motherfucker on an island? What? He said he didn't want to go? I'm sorry. I think that's a little suspicious for me. Y'all don't want to release the autopsy. Because now, why you got my phone and trying to erase shit? You think I can't get it back with an affidavit to fucking AT&T, T-Mobile, Boost Mobile, or whatever phone company you're with, Verizon? It's stupid. It's This is just a reverse episode of Carmelo Anthony. Let's just say that. It's just a reverse episode of it. This is all it is. You keep hanging around different cultures of people thinking they're your people. They're not. Because when the chips fall down and something would have happened, you would have grabbed that boy and got to shore and got for help if something happened to him. But no, you're trying to do a cover up. You're trying to do some really sneaky fugazi shit. That's what you're telling me. They can store, they have a cloud now. They store fucking shit for indefinite if they choose to. None of this investigation shit is new to me. You the last motherfuckers to see him alive. You the first motherfuckers I'm questioning. This is really the reverse Carmelo Anthony. Why? Because you keep believing every goddamn body of other races and ethnicities are the same with you. Now let's talk about that with Carmelo. You stab a motherfucker in the chest over a shove. Whatever happened to fist? Don't tell me that shit because let's talk about the force continuum. Oh yeah, we know that. Don't tell me about the force continuum. You have to meet the force. See, a lot of people don't want to talk about that shit. But you want to hang out in different territory. When people say, yo, you need to go out of here, multiple people, yo, dip. Who the fuck you try to impress? Niggas always try to impress somebody. For what? I'm not hanging with no people. And then here it is. Oh, well, I'm one of them. You're never one of them. We have too many goddamn examples. And I bet you a lot of these motherfuckers can't even face you and say, what happened to your fucking son, lady? And it looked like mom mixed. People say, well, Charles, that's wrong to say. No, the fuck it's not. Only an idiot will cry that shit. Don't give me none of that idiotic shit. All right? Just utilize common sense. But we don't want to do that because why? We don't want to hurt people's feelings. We don't want to say that homeboy is not your friend. We don't want to say that shit, do we? What the fuck did you pay? What the fuck are you doing? A lot of you parents out there need to smarten your fucking kids up. You really do. You really do. I'm sorry. You could not raise a black kid white. Well, you can't help who you love. You sure can help who the fuck you love in the 50s when there was a law against it. Don't give me that bullshit. These are the same motherfuckers that can't even tell you where your son is. Can't even tell you. Out of respect for you, you can't even tell that woman where her son is. Does that woman go look at a picture of his mother? Does she look like she's street smart? Y'all need to use your common sense. Does she look like she's street smart? Does that woman look like she goddamn street smart? Everybody thinks money is gonna take away your fucking shit. Money is not gonna take care of racism. Money is not gonna take care of bigotry. Okay? How many times we gotta talk about this shit, fellas? Even this, okay, I'm gonna do passport, bro. You love who you love, you date who you date. You still gotta be careful that these motherfuckers will betray you at any moment. Especially women from a different culture. This is the reason why you need to keep your masculine frame no matter who you are and date. I don't give a who the fuck you date. What's up, electrician? On time, no see. I don't give a fuck who you date. You keep your masculine fucking frame. For some odd damn reason, we forget this shit. We forget this shit exclusively. Everybody's not your goddamn friend. And I don't think black kids living in the suburbs have the wherewithal to know the difference. And then we get these fuck around and find out situations that you get a Nolan Wells, you get a Carmelo Anthony. Because their mom and dad think if I put this little black boy in the suburbs, he ain't got to suffer being black anymore. Bullshit. Bullshit. This is the problem. You want to face the problem? Let's talk about some ugly truths. It's been a while. You think I got some shit to say now? I got tons to say. You telling me that you take that boy out the hood, whoever you think black people originated, you think that's going to change his outcome and his outlook? Motherfucker, you just put him in the belly of the beast. You just put him in the belly of the beast. That's all you did. That's all the fuck you did. Not one goddamn person thought out of their goddamn mouth with some goddamn common sense saying, hey, maybe, just maybe, we need to teach our boys how to conduct themselves outside the normal confines of niggatry. Now, one person says that. There's nothing wrong wanting the better things for your kids, but it's something criminal not schooling them on life, especially some of you mixed parents. If shit sound fugazi, was his parents even called? Did he call his parents? This is why so much shit about this investigation becomes very uncouth, in my personal and professional opinion. I really think so. This is another case of stop leaving your kids to fend for themselves in the real world without schooling them. What's the fucking point of having them? What's the fucking point of having them? That we're going to put them in situations where we're going to lose them. I mean, really. You put your kids out of these nice schools, these nice places, and what are we doing? Setting them up for failure. Social failure at that. Social failure. Social failure. But yet, you got to think about this. You set your kid up to be on a goddamn boat ride. Shit getting fugazi. Listen, anybody who's been around white boys know they play too many goddamn games. Anybody who been around them. You're making it racial. You're making it racial. Suck a dick. I'm making it make sense. You telling me most likely it's probably a prank unless somebody had it out for him, which is not above crudball people. Not above them. Cruddy ass people will do cruddy shit. It's not above them. So, if anybody got a problem with that, please come on the stage. And please get intellectually eviscerated. 44 and some more. Please tell me where the fuck I'm wrong. But we got these young men out here being told lies. Lies. We don't even set our kids up for fucking good shit. We just don't want to admit that in 2026, motherfuckers still live in two different worlds. We don't want to say it. What do I think? There's not too much I can think. They didn't even release the autopsy yet. What does that tell you? It's a big ass investigation on the way. There's so much police corruption, but niggas still don't want to be the police. Niggas talking about they need a job, but you allow everybody else to take the jobs from us. I always thought that. We allow everybody to take jobs from us. We allow everybody to take positions of power from us. It's not even just the parents, it's culture. White culture is so significantly different than black culture, it's not even funny. It's not even funny. White people will fuck with people in a way that's very uncomfortable and uncouth for blacks. It just is. They don't like to say it. Well, no, it's not like that, Charles. Yes, they do fucking stupid shit. They're allowed to do fucking pranks and shit that would get black men arrested. They're allowed to do that shit. That age of adolescence bullshit they always cry about. Boys will be boys. That's all they do. Boys will be boys. And it's a damn shame you got a whole mother and father feel like jackasses allowing their son to go on this fucking trip. Yeah, he's 18. He's supposed to be an adult. But guess what? We got to stop this because the black community has a really bad habit of judging what's an adult and what's not an adult. If she's 18, 19 years old, she's too old for a 30-year-old man to talk to her. If she's 18, but yet she's a grown woman at 16, 17, if she's talking down to a man. Pick a struggle. So, to give you my honest opinion, it's still too early. Still too early. Still a lot of shit with it. Me personally, there's a lot of shit that needs to be told. This ain't no prank. Y'all know, y'all 18. Supposed to be better. Supposed to know better. But yet, now here's a kid dead. Now you're trying to cover the shit up because you know your ass is on fire. I don't get thee. Now you got the FBI involved because anything goddamn racial, it's gonna be high profile. Just what it is. That's what it is. You gotta take my word for it. Anything racial all of a sudden gotta be high profile. Do I think this could have been prevented? Most likely, but who knows what happened. If it was something that didn't involve those teenagers, they would be too busy trying to wipe phones or collect phones and collect messages and all this shit. I think it's too fugazi right now. I don't feel sorry for none of those parents of those kids trying to finagle shit. And if they got something to do with it, they all deserve to hang like anybody else would. Now the other news. I'm looking at shit from even BGS's, just left live stream about marriage. Why don't men want to get married? Because it's a fucking hustle. It's an unwinnable hustle. I'm sorry. I'm 44 years old. All that lovey-dovey shit is out the fucking door window for me. It is not worth the squeeze. It's not worth the juice. The motherfucker you married 5 years from now don't even recognize you. Sorry. The institution of marriage has become a joke that nobody can afford to laugh anymore. Why should I tell young men to go get married when in the black community there's an 80% chance of you not being married? Listen to a lot of these older married people. They're not happy. Older married men, they'll tell you, stay the fuck away. I mean, do what you want with the information. To each is their own. If you got a happy marriage, God bless you. But guess what? You're not the norm. You're not the norm. And you should know that by now. There is almost no benefit for modern men to get married. Too many times men go to court, have to fight for kids that are theirs, and the courts are just giving them carte blanche to do what the fuck they want. Who the fuck wants to live like that? I don't. But you know, it's not every female. Guess what? Go into a lion's den, and let's say you find a lion that's a vegetarian. Are you going to take your? Are you going to take his word for it? Sorry, it's not. It's not the men who bullshitted on relationships and marriage. Let's just say that. I just want to put that out there. I just want to put that out there. Everybody loves you when it's the honeymoon season. Go through some real problems. You'll find out who the fuck loves you then. And most of my married friends know what I feel about it. Oh, you gotta find that one. Well, let me say this to niggas. I really hate that statement. You know why? Because it tells me how indoctrinated you are. You gotta find the one. There's somebody out there for everybody. Prove it. Most of you motherfuckers, if you could get away scot free, you would divorce right now. So stop lying to other people and tell them the truth. A lot of you were not raised to be married. A lot of us were not taught how to be married. Our parents were dysfunctional. We barely know what the fuck we doing waking up in the morning. Let's just tell the truth. Well, it's not fair, Charles. You can't say that about everybody. No, you can. The level of people, the level of people who look at this system and say, hey, we should get married out of love. You never hear them use the word practicality. You never hear them say that. What practical reasons do you need to get married? It's not like you're getting a Susie homemaker. It's not like you're getting somebody to teach your kids to do better in college or school. It's not like you're getting the respect of a man. It's too much of a hassle. We don't want to admit it. We just don't want to admit it. As long as simps keep running, because let's admit it, a lot of these modern day relationships are built off of simping. As long as you do something for her, she's quiet. But the reciprocity rule is so fucked up that we can't even get a modicum of respect in our own houses. I know this is gonna hurt. A lot of niggas don't want to talk about it. This is the reason why I told a lot of dudes, stop with literally idol worship. Stop with idol worship. A piece of mind will beat a piece of ass any day of the week. And I'm not talking about the dudes who have good women. Stay where the fuck you are. But for the majority of men, why put yourself through a fucking climate? Why? If pussy is your god, then your god has very low expectations. Because let's keep it funky. Pussy is more abundant than rainwater. What destiny do you have, black man? If pussy's your god. Well, you gotta make them feel good and all this stuff. If you're the one that she wants out of everybody, you ain't gotta do shit. Let's just keep it funky. Let's have it funky. Oh, I want pussy. I want this. I want that. Why you worshiping pussy? You supposed to be getting your life together. You paying bills at a house for some fucking underrated fucking pussy. How about them fucking apples? Well, that's messed up, Charles. You shouldn't say stuff like that. Why not? If a lot of the niggas out there, if a lot of niggas out there really want to be honest, go look at the favorite girl you got a crush on. Go look at the nigga that she likes. Guess what? The nigga she like don't have to lift a finger. Don't have to do shit for the to get the pussy. Don't have to do shit. Okay? We're gonna be serious about these conversations today. If you got to take on dates, if you got to do all this shit, she didn't like you in the first place, bro. She didn't like you. Because if she was enamored with you, there's nothing you could do. But yet, where's your college? Where's your certifications? Your trades? Your house? Anything? Yes, I'm of the belief that you should get a woman that likes you more than you like her. Sorry, but not sorry. And let's not talk about left a woman with a child bullshit. Because how many of these women who have an any man will do doctrine and have a baby for any man will do? You really think, in black women's minds, they really think that niggas are willing to watch and take care and raise your children that they didn't create, nor they had the fun of creating. Fuck they do that. Fuck they do that. Oh, I'm gonna give you some pussy. Do you know how quick the vagina comes to your boy? Even when I'm not expecting it. Even when not expecting it. The fastest one time was taking a chick up to Fridays for 35 minutes. We getting in on her car. It's trust me, it should not be the end all, there all, be all of your life to get fresh, get clothes just for some pussy. Wouldn't you like to take a trip? Wouldn't you like to live a life of adventure? Well, if I don't do this, she's not going to like me. She didn't like you in the first place. Did the chick ever offer to cook for you? What's your reciprocity? Let's talk about some shit right now. I'm talking to the fellas. When's the last fucking time you invested in yourself? Really? Last fucking time. Did you put your shit into any type of words, any type of knowledge? Could you really say to yourself, look, I need to get better. I need to become smarter. I need to become more knowledgeable, stronger. Did you put your primary objectives of surviving? Did you put them into your plan? If the answer is no, then what the fuck you worried about? What are you worried about? We still doing 13-year-old fucking games and expect different results in 2026. We got young black men making poor ass decisions because obviously the men in their family are not teaching them common goddamn sense. T. said, Charles, what's your thoughts or opinions on men who are jealous or afraid of their sons being better or doing better than them? Cowards. Your job is to make your son better than you. That's some woman shit. That's usually what women will do. They will stifle their sons from going to college or going to some academy, going to the military, because she claimed that she's going to be alone. You're a coward. You're a failure of a father. If your son doesn't surpass you, you're a failure. As simple as that. You're a failure. The fuck you being a father for if you're going to make your son mediocre? What you're telling the world that comes out of your loins is nothing but lacklusterness, insignificance. If your son is not outdoing you or put on the road to outdo you, what the fuck you have children? The fuck you having children for? Inadequacy is a bitch. What's up, baby? And he said, finally. I want you to think about that. What the fuck are you working all these hours as a father, as a man, for your child to be a bum? You're supposed to be the line drawn for discipline, not establishing bumism. Even Cyclops had cable, for God's sakes. Shit. You don't want to develop this spirit of being a bum. Because anytime mom is gonna make you meek, it's gonna make you tender dicked. Because she's scared that you gonna be loud out there. The white man might get you. I mean, now with the rate of mothers in the black community being single mothers, let's tell the truth. Do these look like the young men that could protect the city, a community? They can't even piss straight. They trying to convince you that they're tough. That's what it is. You're right, All Star G. Most black men only achieve shit just to get some pussy, not to actually be ahead, not to take a step of pussy. You got to think about it. These young men want to get guns so badly. Why is it that a 7-year-old girl in the white community could go to a three gun event, but a 7-year-old boy in the black community can't even get a water gun? Look at the masculine differences. Mama scares the shit out of you into being a man. Congratulations, get that PhD. Hell, I'm going back to school. Hell, I started classes this summer. Uh, what happened if the men took the boys and said, fuck you, women? You would have more black boys doing more masculine shit like 3 gun events, pistol, shotgun, rifle. What if we started our own Boy Scouts? Nobody wants to talk about that shit. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. Maybe you would get more black boys in college, in the military, in your police departments if they weren't stifled by mother. As athletic as black boys are, especially in combat sports like wrestling, boxing, jiu-jitsu, MMA, we should have nothing but medalists every Olympics and World Championships. If we could have a basketball court on every corner, while we can't get recs full of wrestlers, boxers, MMA artists, jiu-jitsu, judokas, show them something that's different. Because everybody ain't going to be Jordan or LeBron or Kobe. This is how stifled you are. A lot of you never even saw half the sports that white boys see. Yeah, you're right. How many of us can swim? So that's when you tell a simp to get the fuck out of your face. What they say, shake his hand and wink at his girl because she finally seen what a real man looks like. Half of these kids only grab guns because they can't fight. Well, no, 99% of them grab guns, they can't fight. Your school system is retarded. We can't have the boys fight. But guess what? If you don't control the fight, they're going to go out there in the street and handle it even worse. But we're supposed to be some track running motherfuckers, basketball playing motherfuckers, and some football playing motherfuckers. But yet, nobody's going to support you doing combat sports unless they can see an immediate reward for them. What happened if you had gun shops and gun enthusiasts and gun experts taking young boys to shoot, getting the curiosity out of their brains? A lot of violence in your community would cease to exist. I'm going to say this: anywhere you have single mothers, you have mediocrity and danger. Anywhere you have single mothers, you have mediocrity and danger. Sorry. I'm sorry. I want to see a whole community of single mothers, and I want to see how that neighborhood looks. I want to see a whole community of single mothers, and I want to see how those children behave. I just want to see it. You got a Carmelo Anthony facing 35 years until an appeal, who stated that he put his hands on me, and the first thing you did was not pop him, which would have been probably quicker than you having a knife, unless you already had your hand in the bag. You have a bunch of emotional, volatile, violent, poof motherfuckers. I'm back. Don't forget to hit the cash app, please. Don't forget to hit the cash app. But really, we need to tap into their softer side. I don't disagree with that, because the softer side is how you recognize somebody as a brother, somebody as a wife, how you take care of your kids. You have to have a softer side. So I don't mind a softer side. Hey, I'm gonna tell you about this, right? If you're on the street and you got a 6 foot dude coming at you, and I don't know how tall Carmelo is, but if you're inside of a sporting event, you pop his ass. The problem with a lot of these kids is that a lot of kids never been taught to defend themselves. Remember back in the day when you're getting picked on? A lot of people's black mothers would be like, why didn't you fight back? I don't know how to. Need to learn to fight. Okay, teach me. What you mean? Because women don't know how to fight typically. Women don't know how to fight typically, man. Give me 1 second. Women don't know how to fight. Guess what? I'm gonna tell you what. Some of the meanest motherfuckers I knew were 5'6". And will beat your ass down. So, I'm sorry. Guess what? There's some mean motherfuckers I've met. So there you go. Can't send you to martial arts and boxing or wrestling, but I'm wearing $400 weaves. Guess what? I've seen motherfuckers 5'6", 5'5" who will fuck a 6 foot nigga up. What does that tell me? Didn't know how to fight. What does that tell me? That tell me all I need to know. Tell me all I need to know. You weren't about it. You come into a fucking school. It's one thing if they approach you with some beer bottles or weapons or something, but the dude pushed you and you didn't even swing. Telling me straight up, homeboy didn't even try to swing. That makes it a little fugazi. You didn't know how to fight. Most of these parents don't even try to teach their kids how to use their hands. You know why? Because most of the dads are sissified or have no power in the house. And the mom acts like she can do everything, but she trying to get another nigga to fight her battles. People, you know what? If you actually seen it, if you actually seen it, a lot of these guys out here can't fight. You'll see two big dudes up there with some white beaters and their pants sagging off their asses, swinging for the fences. No punches connected. I've said it before. If you actually had the PE teachers or the security or the resources of the police officers or the male teachers actually say, y'all want to fight, you're going to do it incorrect. Here's your mouthpiece. Here's your gloves. Here's your headgear. You got 2-3 minutes. About 45 seconds, they're too damn fucking tired. Make them shake hands. We got to use your words. Men don't use as many words as women. When you know how to fight and defend yourself, you don't have to prove yourself. Why don't you think Carmelo didn't walk away? Because he wanted to prove himself to be tough. Told you. Shit's going to reveal itself. Now, you really got to be put in a place where you think you're tough. Prison. Prison. You're a student that had 5 fucking colleges. Full prestigious colleges. Walk away. Once again, I hear that fucking feminine shit. He should have to do this. I shouldn't have to do a lot of shit myself as a black man. Hey, you might as well do it on the 25th. That's when we're going to have the Great American Smoke out in Baltimore. Hopefully ABM be there. What did I just say? What did I just say? Just because you have a father in your house does not mean he's not henpecked. I want you to think about that. Just because you have a father in your house does not mean he's not henpecked. That's one of the one of the poorest reasons. You have a lot of fathers that have no fucking control over their family. They're too scared to leave. They get punked by their wives, their mothers, sometimes even their kids, especially their daughters. And then we don't want to talk about that, right? The problem is what happens when a man has substance up, like Superman, I had to wait for my resurrection. Even Jesus took 3 days off. God, you're telling me right now, black man starts a mixed martial arts gym. How many people are going to support it? My son gonna play basketball. He gonna make the team. He gonna make me some money. Get the fuck out of here, woman. This month, the 25th of July. Probably the 24th, too. Pre-gaming. I want you to think about this. It was never planned for you in the black community to be the head of the household, black men. It was never planned for you to be. All you were supposed to do was to be the figurehead and to be the person who keeps funneling the money, the financier. What's up? How you feeling, man? And this is why I tell a lot of black men, what's your legacy? Oh, it's been a minute, man. It's been a minute. What's your legacy? Because if we're not going to talk about legacy, then I don't want to hear nothing about marriage. I really don't. Because if you're going to be married just for a couple of years, what's the point? Now, anybody want to come up here since it's been a while since I heard from the motherfuckers? Come on up. We'll talk about anything. We're multifaceted. BGS would always have a topic, but I found out that a lot of times being multifaceted, letting the conversation carry where it carries, work better for me. You know, we support Mac Lewis here. Shout out to Hasim Rahman. Shout out to Tank Davis from Upton, I believe. The one thing you learn about kids who do combat sports and martial arts, they walk away. They have confidence. They don't need to prove their toughness. Let's see who we got. Coming on, get my What's up?
What's going on, Dr. Faulkner? Good to see you
What's
back
up?
on.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a good college try for a little bit. What's up, Matt? A little background noise, Matt.
What's that?
Well, and that's why I talk about certain cases where a lot of these cases, people want my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you what the background is. I'm sorry, you gotta have common sense. I don't care if you're married to a white man, white woman, white anything, Asian. You gotta know where you're stepping in front of.
True. Very
You
true.
gotta know the risks.
You gotta
And
know when you step on the front. You gotta know.
and a lot of risks that a lot of like that young man Nolan Wells took. I don't know if it's a prank. I don't know if somebody got it out for him, but I think it was a prank gone bad. I'll start with that first, and we'll go up the ladder when we can.
Mhm.
Yes, it's fugazi as fuck that you're gonna tell me that we can't find my son. Oh, you're gonna take your ass back to that island and find my son, or you're not getting off that island
Absolutely.
with a pistol or a sawed-off shotgun to your chest.
Absolutely. Anything happen to my son, I'm going to jail. Especially when I find the motherfucker that caused him any kind of harm.
And we got to look at what type of issues that prevent another Carmelo Anthony,
Mm-hmm.
because that boy was supposed to be black excellence. You're not supposed to handle situations like that unless your life is in jeopardy.
Right.
Yeah, he pushed you. Guess what? You pop him in his mouth. But when it told me that you were scared, and then y'all don't have any past dealings with each other. That a fugazi shit, my nigga.
To say the least.
But then, what's up? But then we want to talk about black masculinity, and we got to look at the fathers. Are they? Who's doing more of the talking, the fathers or the mothers?
The mothers, for the most part, the fathers rarely talk at all.
Yeah.
Because first of all, you never hear the father say, "Hey, go back in the back." I'm gonna tell you the difference. Look at Carmelo's father. Look at the white boy's father.
And the white boy's father was a total fuck up, to understand. No, he showed how much of a total fuck up he is. If you check his backstory.
You could be a fuck up, but who's more masculine?
True. So excuse for both of them are pretty much saw excuse for ones, but one of them is showing he's masculine, the other's not, unfortunately.
And we got to be the reserved one. But we want peace. You know, we gotta have peace.
I got a knucklehead trying to say he want to debate me on the Kamala Anthony trial. Really?
Does he really want that smoke?
Yeah, Marcus Aurelius, whatever he calls himself.
Oh, Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh, this motherfucker is some kind of stoic or something like that.
I'm making shit up. I don't know shit about the law. Like, really, bruh. I just looked at the evidence that they presented. And like it or not, they had enough to get him on first-degree murder.
Agreed.
Yeah, he said up there lying on BGS, talking about BGS. Said that 35-year sentence was justified. No, he said that was harsh, and then he hope his sentence gets lightened. You're lying.
Mm-hmm.
You're lying on BGS on Facebook.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? How y'all doing, man?
Hey, what's good, Zulu?
What's going on, Zulu?
Man, man, I'm doing good, boy. I'm trying, big booty Ugandans for everybody, bro. So, I'm almost ready to move out the country, boy. So,
And they be shaking the masses. Hey, they be shaking the masses.
I've looked at this from a thorough perspective. Okay. The problem with a lot of shit is that you have too many goddamn people who don't understand. Get your emotion out.
Yeah, in the feelings. Yeah, that's what I told him. Get out your feelings.
Because if I'm looking at it, you could push me. Stand your ground is in deadly force situations. Or at least it's supposed to be. That was not a deadly force situation. Especially if he just pushed him. Okay? He might have been 5'6", 5'7", 6". Learn to fucking fight, my niggas.
Mm-hmm.
You told me a lot about you when there was no fucking when there was no fucking thing about it, right?
Mhm.
You went for a weapon, knowing you had the advantage already. It wasn't like, oh, spur of the moment. It was me or him. No, it was not. We got to stop that.
And the Metcalf boy had his brother with him too. He had his twin and a couple other guys supposedly with him.
Now, if the twin and everybody jumped on him, that's a different story. But that's a
Mhm.
push.
Mm-hmm.
You can't justify putting a blade in somebody's chest from a push.
No, you don't. In fact, the thing that should have been asked was, because I said this earlier, like, you know, like you said earlier, people are not teaching their kids to be street smart. Nobody assessed the situation. It's supposedly the kid who asked Carmelo to come into the tent with him, who invited him into the tent. He should have been there to protect me. Like, no, he's with me. It's cool. He's with me.
You know what?
Or some
I
shit
gotta
like
say, I
that.
think I may disagree on this one.
Hmm?
And the only reason I disagree on it is because,
Okay.
now granted, I'm not gonna say he maybe should have stabbed the kid. Now I'm just gonna say personally, that's on me. But from what I know, as a resident, like listen, I'm saying 5'9" cat, bro. Hey, you got two dudes, 6'2" or more, bro, trying to jump me. And now granted, I
Both
don't know.
them 6 foot play
People say you
football.
gonna get jumped.
But yeah, you're at a school event. They're not.
I
Going,
was
That's cool,
we was at a school event, and we was at your mama house.
I'm like
At the
this.
school event, your mama house.
If
You
you-
see what I'm saying?
if you
David
telling
Buster,
me-
the
If you
president.
telling me, I have no problem if it was on the street. You do what you got to do.
yeah.
But when you have a chance to walk away, you get the fuck out of there.
And that was the
Granted,
best
I
thing
will
to
give him
do.
that. He could have probably walked away, probably.
And I'm telling people,
Even if it's raining outside, get the fuck out of there. I mean, think about it like this. It's the problem is like, you know, we're all taught. Well, y'all taught always don't back down. Nobody. You know, Charles, you were in the military. Those in the military, they understand the importance of a tactical retreat. It's better to remove yourself from a situation than to just like stand your ground unnecessarily. Some people don't understand that, especially when their heads up their asses and whatnot.
and I'm going to tell you what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people talk about fights and never really been in one.
Mhm.
All right. I carry a gun on me 24/7. Been doing for 2 decades. Let's look at this very carefully. And does everybody who insult me, I need to pull my gun out for?
Nah,
No,
nope.
No.
no.
Does sometimes I just need to walk the fuck away.
I've done it a couple
Yeah.
times.
So you telling me you had the knife in your bag about 3 inches, because it takes about 2 to penetrate the average heart, unless you got some size on you.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I'm gonna tell you what it was. A lot of niggas can't fight. A lot of niggas don't have any backup strategy. He put his hands on me. Did you put your hands back on him?
Mm-hmm.
When I was in basic training, I got in more fights in basic training than high school. When basic training was
Yeah.
basic training, you got in fights. Not this soft shoe shit. Hopefully they change that shit around. Because first of all, you put your hands on me, I'm putting my hands on you. I don't have to grab my knife or my Gerber. But Charles, you're a bigger dude. The days I fought were bigger than me. Stop the bullshit. Nigga can't fight.
And you double legged a lot of them, I'm sure, and slammed them.
I punched a lot of them in the fucking face. You can reach 5'10", can reach 6'2" in the face. You can't fight.
Hey. You can also you can do like Smoking Joe, you know? Break the body first.
I ain't gotta break the body, I'm gonna break the jaw. If the body presents itself, I'll hit it. If not, I'm
Yeah, liver shots. Liver shot, that's that spot right under the sternum. You got him there.
And I'm like this, you could tell that nigga was not ready for combat.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that though. He probably wasn't ready for combat. I mean, he was.
Did you see what he looked like?
Of course.
No, he wasn't ready
like,
for
Suburban Dallas. He was in the suburban Dallas-Fort Worth area. He's from the suburb of that area.
He is not. He is one of those kids who. He is one of those fucking kids who plays tough. Like I said before, two things that never get along: white boys' audacity, and black boys' ego. You got the ego of your goddamn mothers. Because if I'm gonna put my fucking knife at you, okay, you at a school event. You know you're protected. You know you got the advantage. Just one thing if you're in the street where you don't know what anybody got.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? But you telling me you got so much to lose and you know better. But this is what happens when a lot of black boys go into these white environments. You lose your fucking self. That's if you even knew if you needed to notice you were black in the first place. Depending on how long you've been there. A lot of niggas
only
can't
on
fight.
Tuesday, man.
A lot of niggas can't fight. A lot of niggas, most niggas can't throw a correct punch to save their life. You put a lot of niggas in fucking any type of training, any type of format. Oh, I'm tough. They'll sag their pants. This is why they cosplay fucking thugs. Everybody got to sag. Everybody got to get tattoos. First of all, only true tough niggas got tattoos. Sailors, pirates, motherfuckers who did a 5-10-year bit in jail. And we're talking about Alcatraz,
Charles.
shit like that.
Charles,
You,
I am confused by this particular desire to vilify Carmelo in the Black manosphere or amongst certain people in the Black manosphere. And what confuses me is that from what I recall, and I could be wrong,
mm-hmm.
from what I recall, this is a Black boy who had a 3.75 grade point average,
Mm-hmm.
who worked 2 jobs,
Mm-hmm.
and was captain of his track team. And I had never, and I could be wrong, I don't recall hearing or reading about him having this kind of incident before. Now, maybe he did. I don't know, because I'm not expert in his history. But it's like what I observe is that a lot of projection into him based on things that I've yet to actually see attributed to his particular life history. You know, it's like we take this particular incident and we project, you know, what he could have done, what he could not have done. And it's like he doesn't really get any like credit for the person he was prior to this incident. I'm really confused by that.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna be somewhat aggressive here because I have been very disappointed in how some of you all have presented this thing publicly. Because if Carmelo had a record of being a bad dude, of fucking up in school, not wanting to work, not want to obey his parents, you know, fighting people all the time, then okay, I get this broader indictment of young Black males that have been made in this environment. But there's really nothing. The guy had a 3.7 point average and was working 2 jobs. How do you even do that and be a kid who's looking for trouble? When does he have the time for look for trouble and also be the captain of his track team?
Here's the point that I make.
I don't get it.
Here's the point that I make. Because you might not have heard it earlier. When I said he had 5 scholarships to prestigious schools. He had a
So now is that
7.5, 7.8.
so now is that the background? Is that the behavior? Is that the history of a kid who is looking for trouble, is looking to kill somebody or even hurt somebody? I mean, when did he even have the time to even think about and do all these negative things while he's working his ass off in school and on several jobs and
Because
on the track team?
he's supposed to be black. He's supposed to be black excellence.
Well,
Let's
no,
just
he
put it up.
was black excellence.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
he was black excellence.
And then here's the crazy part, right? Because we got to judge him not only in his past but also in his current state. Because if we're going to judge him fairly by what he did during that track meet, we got to judge him fairly for what he did before. And that's what really fucks people up inside the most. You're black excellence. You got all this great shit going for you. And bam, this shit, that's unbecoming of you. If we go by his history, right? If we go by his
Can I say
history, that's
something?
unbecoming.
Well, I mean, to me though, to me, his record means that I should give him benefit of doubt. If everything about your record, if everything about your prior record has been upstanding and hardworking and diligent and disciplined and captain of this and all of that, then I got to lean on, because if I can't lean on supporting you, even when you have some trouble, who the hell am I going to lean on supporting? What other kids, what other black boys am I going to lean on supporting if I don't lean on and support a black kid with his particular record?
Now, here's the question, right? Here's the biggest question. Because I don't have any problem with the situation. How the problem ended up was fucked up. But we have to say this. At some point, when we lean into his mistakes, should he do some type of time? Yes, he has to pay a penance. Yes. Do I think it's 35 years? No.
No, yeah.
But he has
maybe
to pay
10.
a penance. He has to pay a penance.
But here's the thing, though. Here's Charles. I have never argued that he should not be punished for what happened. Someone died. Of course, he should be punished. And the system, the system was definitely going to punish him. The white people were definitely going to punish him. The thing that confuses me is black men who know what it means to be black men, who know how razor fucking thin it is that you can go from doing everything right and in a moment of quick judgment, not really knowing what's going on, totally your life is completely and totally fucked, and you don't give the benefit of the doubt. For Christ's sake, black men should be empathetic to that. If no one else is empathetic to it, black men should be empathetic to it, and they should be especially empathetic to it for a 17-year-old black boy who technically was not even an adult when it happened.
And I think black men are empathetic.
And technically, he was never legally an adult when it happened, and he was treated like an adult.
I think black men have empathy for them. It's just that, look, when you're in those situations, especially since we got to say he's a very privileged black kid, he's not the average, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's why I even said it. The problem with the whole thing is that you have two things that never mix. White boys audacity and black man's ego.
Here's my issue, Charles. and I got to say this for brother, you and brothers overall. You know, how difficult are we going to make it for ourselves and agree for others to make it difficult for us? I mean, when you take this situation and then you take the situation that happened with the young Cyrus kid in South Carolina, and now this Nolan thing, the margins of error for black males, the innumerable ways. I mean, you know, we make light of these analogies of Viltrumites or whatever, but it's almost like we really do expect motherfuckers to be Kryptonian. Like, for real. It's like we do expect black men to achieve some level of performance that's above and beyond human. And I think it's foolish. I think it's very foolish and self-sabotaging for black men to be co-signing that shit.
And
You're
here,
making it
here,
easier to justify your enemies to destroy you. You're making it easier for them to do that. And then they're going to point to what you say and do as justification for it.
here's my shit, right? And I'm gonna just be groundhog honest, black pill honest.
I wanted to go after Charles.
I'm gonna be black pill honest.
I'll be after Zulu.
Every goddamn successful black man we had in American history knew there was a fine line between black and lynched, correct? Everybody knew. Hold on. Because one of the biggest things we done was hold ourselves to a standard higher than any white boy, because we don't have the luxury of age of adolescence, which is boys will be boys. So that's ingrained in our culture anyway. Yes, my heart goes out to him, but at the same time, nigga, you fucked up. Even if it was a kid,
If you don't stab the kid and they beat him down and possibly even kill him, which would have been very easy to do, he'd been just as fucked up anyway. So he was really because you guys are presuming that he would have survived that pummeling. The way I understand it, hold on, wait a minute now, because I'm about 6 foot tall. I weigh about 205 pounds. So proportionately speaking, from what I understand it, these kids were like 80 pounds heavier than him and like 6 or 7 inches taller than him. So it's like describing my dimensions and at least 2 guys who are about 6'6" and about 300 pounds, proportionately speaking, which would describe his brothers, both of whom were there, decide to beat my ass. Now, if I'm looking at these huge guys about to beat my ass, or worse, which they could have easily killed me with their own hands, I might reach for a fucking knife too in that situation.
Now,
I'm a grown ass man. I'm an old ass man.
Let's go back to hold on. Let's go back to that what you just said. Would he talk as much shit if he didn't have the knife on him, or would he react differently? He would have left.
Maybe.
He would have left because, first of all, you had your hand in the bag. Because people talk a lot of shit when they know they have an advantage. And I'm like this, nigga. I don't give a damn if it's black, white, or whoever. If it was a white boy who stabbed him, the white boy deserved to get charged. Deserved to take time. But yet, we know goddamn well, if we're going to take sides and all that shit and all this other stuff, when is this common sense going to play? Is it because he's growing up in the fucking high-class suburbs? But if this was a hood nigga, nobody would have fucking the heart to say, right? Where you might have to fight a 6 foot nigga. If you on the street, guess what? Street rules value. But at the same time, you sat there because you knew you had what the fuck you had on you.
I mean
No,
that's
no.
a hold on now. That's a
So,
major.
so if you telling me
Hold on.
if he was if you
Wait a minute
I
now.
was trying to go.
That's
I was trying to go over.
that's the major guess. This guy is an athlete. He was captain of his team, which means he likely had been participating in that area in sports for years. Now, I ran track in high school. I don't remember, we would compete throughout Chicago, West Side, South Side. A couple of times we competed against some suburban kids, and I don't remember it being all that antagonistic. We changed clothes in the same locker room, shower, same clothes. I never saw track as being as sort of antagonistic or as hostile an environment. Usually track athletes are kind of
Pretty
supportive.
cool.
It's not a lot of support for the sport in general, usually in high school. So it's usually a more congenial environment than, let's say, big time basketball, big time football, where there's a lot of rivalry and a lot of back and forth in history and competition and that sort of thing. So I've never known a track environment in which folks were going at each other like that.
this is a different day and time because the kids are more hostile to each other. Think about it. Like I said before,
Kids were pretty damn hostile in the 70s when I was coming up.
guess what?
But
They're more hostile.
they weren't fighting with each other on track fields.
They were more hostile. I don't know what time you tuned in, but I said this earlier. Look at how the schools are ran. Do you think two boys who want to get into a fight at school should they control the fight, give them gloves, give them headgear, and give them 3 minutes in the fucking gym in a closed room while they're being
That would be
supervised?
preferred.
But yet, what do we have here? We have a feminist ideology that took over the schools for 50 years. Use your words. But guess what? If you defend yourself in a fight, they suspend you for defending yourself. So you're a double victim.
Okay, but in this incident,
Uh,
did Austin approach him by himself or with a group of dudes? Because if you approach me with a group of dudes, then I'm thinking very differently than if we just kind of going back and forth each other man to man. I'm thinking very differently. I'm thinking life
He
or
approached
death.
him with his twin brother, actually.
If a
And
group of dudes
Even,
approach me,
even if you go about twin dudes, the same fight or flight response is coming up. Either you fighting or you running.
yeah, but it's a whole different particular concern about life or death when there's more
Sure.
than one dude and
I'm
all
not
of them
gonna
bigger
lie.
than
We
me.
can't even use that argument because he had his hand already in the bag saying, "All right, touch me, see what happened." You can't even use that argument.
oh,
'Cause at
hold
the
on,
end
bro.
of the day, if it's a fight,
Now you confusing yourself, bro. Hold on. Now, I've been trying to ask you.
whoa.
Wait for a minute. No, I'm
All right,
be
go
honest
ahead.
with you.
Since you've been waiting,
Oh, my
go
fault, my
ahead.
fault. Go ahead, brother man.
All right. So the first thing is, as being the part, I don't know how tall y'all is. I'm about 5'9", right now. Granted, I did grow in strength necessarily, but I'm 5'9". It's always been the height since school day. I did track, I did wrestling, so I did the combat sports, I did the wrestling side. So I know what it is, right? Now, granted, if you 6'2" and 6'3" up, me personally, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm stabbing you too. I'm gonna give you the honest reason, right? The reason that is simply this, bro. I cannot afford to get into a quote unquote scuffle with somebody that big, especially you being 300 something pounds. And me, I was light at that point in time, especially when I was like high school time. I was like 140 pounds. Bro, a good breeze could have took me. A Rottweiler and Miku could have had a even fight. Now that's why I say in that scenario, me, if I was a father, I would approve of the stabbing. Only because at the end of the day, I understand how shit go. You can actually get killed out here, right? And for me too. I remember somebody stole my bike when I was little, right? Now, granted, this probably was not the smartest thing to do. I wouldn't grab my knife and was like, "Hey, bro, I want my bike back." Now, maybe at the time, that probably wasn't the greatest thinking. I think I was like maybe like 13, 14 or something like that. But all I know at the point in time was like, hey, bro, I know if I let you come here and take my bike this time, you be stealing my bike every time. So I guess you could say maybe it is that cultural code. I'm not going back down, but at the same time, how I understand bullies. If I can take your bike from you today, I'll be taking your bike tomorrow. And I knew for a fact that I ain't want my life to be like that. So I do have the concept of understanding, you can quote unquote walk away. You can walk away from certain situations, right? Now I don't if I was really hoping for the videos to actually give some kind of evidence to what was actually going down. You really can't see nothing in the videos. That's what makes it really, hard to do anything. But like I said, at the same time. And when he finally did, quote unquote, put his hand in his bag, which was all he was already confronted by necessarily a group of dudes necessarily, right? And they already had went through the argument and he went through the scuffle and everything else. And then after that, he said, quote unquote, watch you touch me one more time, see what's gonna happen to you, which is a warning signal. Because if I tell you put your hands on me one more time, that's the black version of what's the way they call white people say what's it say down here?
Fuck around, find out.
Yeah, fuck around and find out.
Why you got to put your hands on me after I done told you not to put your hands on me? Why? Why?
Then on top of that,
Why?
we're gonna put this on there, right? I'm 5'10", 280 pounds. People are gonna say, "Well, Charles, you're this and you're different." Don't give me that bullshit, because if you ain't gonna do it for other people, don't do it for me. The same motherfuckers I had to fight in the street as a cop, as a civilian. The same motherfuckers, even when I was 170 pounds and 5'7". Even in wrestling, I didn't pick the height. I didn't pick the height. I didn't pick the height.
Right arm.
I would bet my right arm. Hold on, Uber. Even when I was 5'7", wrestling at 170 pounds, I didn't pick the height of my opponents. Okay, so guess what? If you telling me,
I would bet my right arm that those guys do not step to you. They do not look at you at 280 pounds and
tell me if they're
going to go fuck with you. I would bet my right arm that even 4 or 5 or 10 of them don't step to you at 280 pounds.
So let's go. Hold on. Let's go back to basic training. When I was about 5'8", 180 pounds, dude 6'3", 230. We got into a fight. Guess who won?
You did.
The other guy?
No.
He didn't win. Much bigger, very muscular.
Well, yeah, and you had martial arts training.
So guess what? Guess what? So wait a minute. How would we know? How would we know?
Wrestler, you had martial arts. I'm just saying though, you had martial arts training. Now, had you not had if you had not had those martial arts training, your thought processes in that moment are very different.
But guess what? If you can't fight, you can't fight. You can fight, you can fight. Situation dictates, right? Either fight or flight. So if we're gonna make an excuse for that, why not make an excuse for that?
I could just tell you to not put your hands on me, and then
guess what?
After that happens.
And guess what? If they were on the street, I would have no problem with happening because it's the street rules. There's no teachers, there's no guardians, there's no police officers, there's no resource officers. There's nobody that can actually. There's nobody around that could have broken it up
at the track event. They should have been there. All those people
because they have to be there. They have to legally be there. So if it was something, and then on top of that, look. At some point, everybody want to act like they're the world's greatest ass kicker. Nobody tell you about their losses. But here's my shit. If you're on the street versus a school event, that's different. And it's one thing if it's like, okay, you're pushing somebody, you pop them right in the fucking mouth. Because one thing about bullies, especially when they're bigger than you, bullies, what's the fundamental fact that bullies don't expect you to do? Fight back.
Fight back.
So if I'm waiting with a knife and I
mean,
know I got something on me,
that's well and good. And as I said
You
earlier,
ain't never been small, bro. Right? I
if it had
can
just
tell
been,
you. I can
no,
tell
I've
you
been
this.
small. I've been
if it
small.
had
Never
just
been
been,
small.
I've been small most of my
if
life.
it had
That's
just been
bullshit.
Austin,
That's
if it had
bullshit.
just been Austin, then maybe we having a conversation. But that's not what happened. There was a group of guys who stepped to him,
And
and
where's
that
his boys?
changes the environment.
And guess what?
Well,
It's either
I guess they weren't with him. We haven't heard anything
and
about
then on
him
top of
having a
that,
group
if
of
he
guys
didn't
with
have the
him.
knife, he'd be running.
Maybe, maybe not.
He
Maybe,
wouldn't
maybe
be
not.
stuck.
We don't know.
No, that we do not know how he would have responded if he didn't have a knife. That we do not know. We're only speculating at that point. He may have just
Now-
tried to fight, and
now-
he probably would have got stomped down or worse.
Now, if you're in an area and there's multiple guys telling you to move and you don't have that knife, are you going to go back and forth with them?
I don't know. I might.
Better
I
not.
might.
But at the same time, you
Depends.
got to use it. Your nigga senses are going to be tangling, and you're going to start counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need to do a hasty retreat. Because in the black community, at what point do we say we're wrong for action? At what point
I
do we
don't
say,
think anybody has said that he has not made a mistake. He made a
and
mistake
guess what?
given
That's the
given the
mistake.
gravity of the situation.
And that's the mistake because I don't have a problem. I'm disappointed by his mistake. Am I demonizing him? No. I'm telling you the hard knocks of life. Yes, black boys do not get the age. I've said this shit for years, and it's been well documented on my channel and others. The age of adolescence, which literally translated to what? Boys will be boys. Do black boys get that privilege? Hell no.
Yeah, but we can give each other that privilege. We can give each
But we
other
don't.
that.
We do.
We could say
We do.
definitively he was 17 years old. He was not an adult. He cannot have a jury of his peers because he's not even an adult. So he never should have been tried as an adult to begin with. But do
Here's
any
the
of you all ever say that? No, none of you
Here's
all
the
ever say
crazy
that.
part. Here's the crazy part. Even with a jury of his peers, there was no black people there. Even with a jury of his peers, it had to be high schoolers. Even though there's only how much of a real difference is it between 17 and 18? Almost that much. Nothing. And depending on age of consent in Texas, in Maryland, I know it's 16. So guess what? If you're old enough to join the goddamn military at 17, that adult question gets a little hazy. Do I give him the benefit of the doubt and say, and I don't treat him like a thug?
We can debate and argue whether a 17-year-old should be an adult, but the fact of the matter is, from a legal standpoint, a 17-year-old is a child and should not be tried as an adult. Period. Look, he can't. One of the reasons why he cannot have a jury of his peers is, guess what? You can't get on a jury unless you can vote. You can't vote unless you're 18 years old. So he had no business being in a trial for an adult, period.
Was he tried as an adult or juvenile?
An adult.
Tried as an adult. That's why he got 35 years.
Because if it's a
they had him tried after his 18th birthday.
Here's the crazy part, right? If it's a heinous enough crime, you can try a juvenile as an adult. Especially when you do the psychological testing for that juvenile. Because here's my shit. Do I think he got the rough end of the stick? Yes, I'll tell you that any day. They were going to make an example out of his ass. And this is the reason why a lot of older black men and a lot of men, period, will tell young black men, you don't get too many chances out here, if any. If any. Because guess what? We all know that the legalities of shit versus what the functionalities are, there ain't no real difference between 17, 18, and sub numbers. The only legality is that they needed a more voting block. They needed more people they could tax. That's the real shit they really did about that. And then you can't function and say, hey, he's 17, but you do an adult act. How many motherfuckers lost their virginity before the age of 18? But you did an adult act. But let's say somebody pops up pregnant, or your dick, or you pissing out your dick, and it feels like baguettes coming out the motherfucker. And next thing you know, you're gonna get a shot in your ass from a syringe the size of the sword of power. We got to pay for our adult actions. It's no different than you get a chick who's 15 and pregnant. We're gonna say she's just a kid? No, bitch, your mother. Did we force? Was she forced to have? Unless you were forced against your will to have sex, or you were not old enough to consent to that person, people ain't gonna feel sorry for you. Now, my heart goes out to the young man, but at the same time, we want to talk about if you're smart enough and have all this discipline, right? Which we all agree. Takes a lot of discipline to work 2 jobs, be the captain of your track team, have a 3.75 grade average, get 5 full ride scholarship, offers from prestigious schools. We would expect that motherfucker to be able to make a good damn decision, wouldn't we?
Somewhat.
Because remember, he's 17, and 17, young and dumb.
Then why the fuck send him to college?
Probably shouldn't really, but I ain't go there.
Why we send them to college? Why do we send anybody to these places if we don't think they're smart enough? Yeah, you're gonna see mistakes or something that you could correct and unfuck. Okay? When you do something that's tragic and nobody comes back from it, my heart feels for you, but goddamn. But nobody wants to talk about that ego shit. Nobody wants to talk about that.
I'm just gonna say,
maybe, but go ahead.
As the resident, see what I'm saying, small man on the panel, right? I worked my way up from being like, I'm telling you, when I was tiny, bro, I kid you not, I was probably 130, 140 now. Now I'm probably like 200. I've been pressed like 300 pounds. I'm a solid dude now, right? That come with time and effort and dedication and another thing. As a small person necessarily, bro, I'm a little bit more ruthless on my synopsis of how I may have to handle the situation, because I didn't have my fights with my 6'2" cousins, 6'3" cousins, but you get thrown across the room, you get thrown through a window. But like I said, I understand what people are saying in the sense that I just personally feel like it was just way too harsh. Now, granted, for me, I had the mentality of I understand how bullies work necessarily. If I let you necessarily punk me and take my little Yu-Gi-Oh cards today, you're gonna be taking my Yu-Gi-Oh cards tomorrow. You're gonna be taking my bike tomorrow. And Lord knows, bro, my daddy just bought me this bike. I ain't gonna have to tell my daddy I lost his bike again, bro.
Your lunch money, your Walkman or whatever.
I'm telling you, boy, I ain't coming
your new kicks for school. But I understand.
No,
I feel bad for the situation, because I understand what it is to be him in that situation. And literally, when I say I was Carmelo Anthony necessarily, the only difference is necessarily the person I almost stabbed was black and necessarily, and I didn't nick him. I didn't get a good a shot at him. I just nicked him. Then he left my bike and ran. But that's what I'm saying. That raised the end for me being him and him being me was, I ain't gonna lie to you, I think the guy was a little bit quicker, because the Lord knows, bro. If I would have replayed that thing back in my head, I think I probably would have been Carmelo Anthony, bro, because I got a kitchen knife. I'm in the big butcher one. So, you know, but I don't know. I just look at it just it's like that razor thin margin. That's why I say it's just better to have your kids outside in another environment. That's what I'm saying. Just
And he was in another environment. That's the part. He was
no,
he
I
was
mean,
in the high price suburbs.
same
The
environment.
track took place at the school where the Metcalfs went to school, right?
Possibly.
Where the Metcalf twins. That's where it was, wasn't it?
No, I
Wasn't
don't
at his
know.
high
I
school.
gotta look it back up.
hmm
Gotta look at that. Mello, you want to say something?
Yeah.
Yo, Mello, you there? Mello. Oh shit.
Hope he did fall asleep.
Here's the craziness about it, right? You know, two things that's going to happen with boys with testosterone. They're going to fight. They're going to get in confrontations. If it happened on the street where there's no resources, there's nothing like that, that's cool. We're going to talk our shit because, why? The ego is not going to allow us to get punked, I guess, or whatever terminology people want to say. So, at some point, you know, we look at a lot of shit and say, hey, is this going to go in my way or is it going to go in another? Especially in enemy territory. A lot of people don't want to admit that.
I understand. For me personally, I think I would have just left. But at the same time, I mean, I ain't never been punked necessarily by a group of dudes necessarily and had nothing on me. So I can say that's just never happened to me. But
Yeah, because I've been through this situation plenty of times because people were like, well, nobody's always that big, guy. It's very rare you have people naturally that big. So it's either you working out or you just let yourself go. So when we looking at this, especially growing up in an inner city like most niggas, we got to think about it. We're going to look at this shit and say, hey, my nigga senses are tingling because if this small little Negro right here is talking shit back to me and he see a group of niggas, oh, he got something on him. But of course, white boy audacity doesn't read like the same way Negro energy does. When I'm looking at this, a lot of people forget. I'm gonna pop you in the goddamn face. And it's like, Charles, you never been, trust me, I don't know Charles's life. Growing up in Baltimore in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s was not easy. Yeah, I don't know his life. I had to fight off multiple motherfuckers, okay? Okay? Ruthlessly. And this is what I also said. If you in the trenches with name insert city here.
So I think one of the biggest problems is, man, this mentality of just we got to be fighting all the time to the point in which we're not even empathetic to each other. You know, this was a guy. Hold on, wait a minute now. This was a guy at a track meet. He wasn't on the streets banging. He wasn't messing with nobody. He wasn't trying to boost no car. He was a captain of a track team, man. He was supposed to go to that event, do whatever event he participated in, and go home and get ready to go to school next day or work next day or whatever if it was a Saturday. That's what he was supposed to do. That's what his whole life was set up to do. We have no y'all don't seem to have no empathy for the fact of just how super fucking
I got it.
normal and organized this kid was. He was not.
I
I mean, you know,
I got
look, I'm
empathy.
just. I
I got
don't hear
empathy.
about it.
It's
I don't hear it. I don't
it's
hear
like
it.
it's like if Barack Obama started fucking swearing every goddamn where and sagging his pants. Are you gonna be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You supposed to represent black excellence. Yeah, Negroes
I
make
mean,
mistakes.
if I heard Obama doing that, the first question I'm going to ask is under what circumstances in which he was doing that. Because it might be some circumstances in which I understand why he was doing that. And especially since he spent, 20 some years in Chicago, it might not really surprise me if he did that.
And then on top of that, would you say that's unbecoming of his office, of his status?
Well, obviously, if he was actually in the position of president at that time, then that probably would not be an optimal thing. But I would not condemn him as being lesser than or whatever, because in the moment he behaved in a way that was not necessarily consistent with how I would expect him to present himself.
And this is the part.
Because I'm going to judge him by the 1,000 other times I've seen him behave and comport himself properly. So I'm going to give him a mulligan on that.
And guess what? Just like I'm the person who says when they showed him with guns in his hand, if those pictures were true or doctored, well, okay, so what? What does that mean? You're in Texas. Everybody got guns.
Everybody.
So that's empathy. Guess what? Is it a life or death?
I bet if you audited any school, especially in Texas, if you audit the contents of school bags, of lockers, of coats and jackets or whatever, I guarantee you would pull out guns, knives, all kinds of weapons in Texas for sure.
And then on top of that, we got to look at it like this, right? One, we have empathy about him doing something wrong and bad. Do we have to chastise him for it? Yes, we do. Do we have to have our hearts out for it? Yes, we do. Why? Because that was never supposed to be his path, unfortunately. Circumstances do dictate, unfortunately. Good, bad, or ugly. When I'm looking for the kid, I'm looking at the kid and was like, look, if you're on the streets, I have no fucking problem with you defending your life. Then on top of that, are you in a deadly force situation? If you're in a deadly force situation, I got nothing to say about it.
And some guys step up to you that are bigger than you. I mean, it's very likely you think you're in a deadly force situation. Very likely.
But guess what?
Those plants are gone, dude.
If he's coming up there, and you didn't have that joint on you, are you talking the same shit you do? Because we know many a times
that we don't know. That we don't know, Charles. You keep saying that as if
but okay, let's go.
We don't know how he would have responded in that situation. We don't know that. And here's the other thing we don't know, Charles. And it disappoints me how you all present this situation. Is there any audio recording of that encounter that anyone has listened to?
No, the police took that one.
So we have no idea what was said. We have no idea what sort of threats, what sort of prior conversations, whatever. We don't know any of that. So you all are just projecting all these thoughts and commentary and if he hadn't had a knife, what he would do. Y'all projecting all that. Meanwhile, we have no idea what them boys were saying to each other.
So right now, right, we're gonna go by to what was happening, right? What caused them to stab him?
From what I heard from when I read the transcripts was basically they told him to leave a couple times. He said he didn't have to leave. Then one of the brothers basically said, "Okay, we're gonna remove you physically." I guess it got into like a shoving match or so forth and so on. And then basically after that, I guess he went into his bag, got his bag, and said, "Hey, bro, if you touch me one more time, see what happened to you." And then
Right.
I guess
Now
apparently
here's the truth.
that's what
Here's the
happened.
truth. Here's the actual truth. Like for real. Carmelo did not testify. So we don't know what his actual view and commentary or whatever was in that situation. We don't know that. Austin is dead. So obviously we don't know what Austin said or what he responded to or whatever. And we have not observed any audio recording. So how can we possibly make any fair assertions about what was happening there that ultimately led to him stabbing him? How can we possibly do that?
So do you think that he should be off?
No, I think he should have been. I think he was 17 years old. He should have gone through the juvenile court situation and been treated as a child based on those circumstances, based on his prior history and his good record and not having had any prior problem. That's how that shouldn't been handled. He should not been handled as if he was some major murderer or whatever.
So how many years?
He got a first degree murder conviction.
How many years do you think he should do?
My opinion,
I think somewhere in the range of 5 to 10 years.
5 to 10. Me personally.
So 5 to 10 years, everybody says it's fair because it's probably going to end up when they do the appeal. Here's the crazy part. At some point, even putting it up, great kid, great potential, unfortunately, bad mistake. And I can't even say it's bad mistake, it's bad choices. Because I like I said, people have egos. And when we look at the ego, and you're right, Big Mo, they're gonna make an example out of a black man. I've said it many of times that people don't pay attention to. Black men don't get the age of adolescence.
You know what?
But we don't teach that. But we don't teach that.
Adolescence don't mean that you ain't a fucking adolescent. Just
And we
because
don't teach people that.
just because the world says that you don't have the right to be a fucking human being, don't mean you ain't a fucking human being. Period.
And here's the part about it, right? A lot of people forget. Black people, especially black men, you can't make a mistake. You damn near can't. And that's just keeping it fucking real. The black man can't even raise his own kids.
And if nobody else says fuck you to that, at the very least, there should be other black men. Damn what anybody else says and think. At the very least, we should defend our humanity. If nobody else gives a fuck about
guess what? I have to multiple occasions. Why? Because if I would have shot that 14-year-old boy who had a knife on 3 dudes fighting him, what would Baltimore City say about me?
Clean shoot.
No, they wouldn't. They'd be protesting.
Yeah, they would be protesting, but the white man would probably set things up so that you would get off.
Clean shoot, bro. Clean shoot, bro.
Trust me, white men don't protect black.
Your police union would probably have done everything possible.
Trust me. Trust me. The FOP is one of the Baltimore City's FOP is one of the weakest in the country. No, it wouldn't. That was true. I can name several cops who would have been off shit. So don't believe that shit. Now, when we look at this, right? And if anybody has a disagreement, they could easily come up here. Because, number one, especially if you have a son, and that son disappoints you, you're going to love him, but you're going to let him have it. In our culture, we forgive our women a lot. They could literally have baby upon baby upon baby upon baby. And this is the shit that I say. My heart goes out to Carmelo. Goes out to a lot of black. Like, to me, even with that Nolan Wells shit, I would have had the whole family at gunpoint. Let's get on that fucking boat. I ain't waiting for no fucking investigation to see where my son is. Let's get on this fucking boat. What the fuck happened? I'm the one, maybe you remember this, Uber. I'm the one that said it. Black people are a little too fucking forgiving for my taste. The only reason your women and children can frolic as freely as they want because of the violence and the respect your men can actually obtain and display. But at some point, well, if it's Carmelo or anybody, if you're the best of us, should you be protected? Yes. But at the same time, use your goddamn senses. Because if that was a hood nigga in the middle of Baltimore, we wouldn't be hearing about this case, would we?
50-50?
You wouldn't hear shit. You wouldn't hear
we
shit.
hear all the time where this is what I'm gonna have to disagree with it.
You know why you wouldn't hear shit? Because you would expect a nigga from the hood to be like that.
If Carmelo has a history of banging, then all that shit is reciprocal.
And that's what makes it worse. And let's just say what it is. That's what makes the shit worse. You look at his record, it's immaculate. But if it's some hood nigga from Baltimore doing some hood ass shit, nobody can give a fuck.
My view of it is that
we wouldn't worry about if he was 17 or not. We would be like, get that nigga off the street.
If his record has been immaculate, then I am particularly protective of him. I'm particularly empathetic to him.
Okay, Ray, I don't know what type of crazy shit you want today. Because look, when I made arrests, those were by the guidance of the Ordinance of Baltimore, the state of Maryland, and the Constitution of the goddamn United States. When you go to court and you say that I illegally arrested you, and we go by the statement of probable cause and a statement of charges that said I had the legal right to fucking do it, where was your argument against it? I'm tired of motherfuckers saying shit and don't know what shit actually means. I'm getting tired of motherfuckers going through that fairy tale emotional bullshit. Like I told y'all before, I'm a lot different than the last fucking time I've been on here. Bullshit walks, real shit talks. Just because a motherfucker, they arrested me. For what? But at the same time, nobody wants to be in the system. Nobody wants to be a lawyer. Nobody wants to be the judge. Nobody wants to be the police officer. Nobody wants to take fucking order in the criminal justice system. And we still expect these same motherfucking racist ass white people to look out for us. And
Charles,
look what we did.
I have over the years known over a dozen brothers who tried to get in the police academy and were rejected, or tried to get in this Illinois ISP and were rejected. I've known a lot of brothers who tried to get into law enforcement, and either because of their prior history or references or et cetera, whatever, they couldn't even get up in there. So, I mean, you talk about these systems as if these systems ain't cronied out the ass. The fire department is cronied out the ass. The CPT, the Chicago Police Department, is cronied out the ass, especially in this racistly cronied out the ass.
And what system isn't?
Well,
But
but
at the
my
same,
point is this: but you're talking, but you just made a statement as if there is no barriers and there are no real issues and impediments as to why you don't have a lot of black men in those systems when you yourself know that is true.
and then even still, right? How many black people talk black kids out of it?
A lot.
How many? How many? Because they're either one jealous or they couldn't do it themselves, or they're fucking bitter. Don't go to college, it's waste of money. Don't go to this. You've been accounting for what, 30, 40 years? How many black accountants was out there like that when you started? Was that a reason? Was that a reason to give up or do better or pursue more? At some point, you got to motivate your goddamn self, right?
There have always been black people throughout the history of this country that have been willing to make outsized investments in attempts at ascending. That's the whole history of black people in this country. Let's not talk like black people have not tried to do double and triplicate of shit just to get 10 cents on the dollar. That's the whole history of our people in this country.
But
that's how you can have a slave that somehow managed to buy his freedom.
But at the same time, right? At one point in the black community, were we supposed to call out our fuck ups? We would try our best to help them. But at some point, we would try to be like, "Are you fucking up?"
Yeah, but
see the problem. But the problem is this, right? Go ahead.
Well, look. Here's my view of Carmelo, and I'll say it's about Nolan and Cyrus, and now they're just randomly finding people. They're just randomly finding black people in lakes now, in trees now. So I'm wondering how many black folks got to get lynched before we start criticizing and blaming each other about the circumstances in which they got lynched. I mean, how many? What's the critical, number where we say, you know what? Maybe we need to be a little less critical of ourselves and look a little bit more about what the fuck is going on around us.
But at the same time, this is how I can tell people don't listen to my shows frequently. Am I not the motherfucker who said, I don't know why black people still travel down south unarmed?
Mm-hmm.
How many times have I said that shit, ABM, Namer, Mello, and others? How many fucking times have I said that?
Plenty of times, especially considering 2 words I'm going to say. 2 words. And I'm not even amongst y'all, and I know this phrase. Sundown Town.
You telling me a motherfucker in today's America, still to this day, still travels the fucking South unarmed? I'm gonna say this, and maybe I shouldn't, but I don't give a fuck anymore.
Some of these people they are finding are practically children. Some of these people have not lived long enough to even know how to pack, how to ride, who to ride with, to figure out, am I in a fucking sundown town? Do I even know I'm in the sundown town? It's not like this is the Green Book era where black people had all that shit mapped out. There used to be a time in which we collectively, as a people, had that kind of thing mapped out. Now you got sundown towns all over the fucking country. Most of us don't know anything.
Especially Midwest. Especially in the Midwest. Ask Snowden. Ask AB. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm not letting my fucking 18-year-old, 17-year-old son go party on no goddamn boat with no goddamn white people and be like, yo, especially y'all motherfuckers doing some fugazi shit. You see, the problem is a lot of motherfuckers never seen a Frank Castle in real life. Because you can just do whatever the fuck you want to do to black people.
Especially when when you're the only black man in there and you realize, oh shit, I'm in a bad situation.
And then on top of that, a lot of black people really think that America is this post-racial fucking country when it's probably covert racism is even worse than overt racism. At least you know.
It's some bullshit. Let's get a couple of things straight here. I'm not of you. And at least I'll do the research. And I have family in the South and in the Midwest, and they warn me about stuff like this. But how in the fuck?
Go ahead.
But how in the fuck can you allow? And some of that knowledge I keep with me because I live in a small town here in Norway. When I first moved to this town, you know what was going on?
God damn, Norway. The fucking people are whiter than the snow.
Yeah, that too. Scandinavian, Nordic as fuck, home of the blondes. And yes, folks, there's actually more blondes in Norway than in Sweden. Yeah, you'd be surprised by that. But here's the point. I'm trying to make. Because I live in a small town, right? Motherfuckers hunt and everything. They hunt and fish. And there's a lake that lives that's like nearby where I live. A large ass lake. I passed by there. I've been there. I've kayaked on that lake with adult supervision and everything. But when I first moved there, the day I moved there, they had a funeral going on. Why? Because a bunch of white boys had like the week prior had been playing fuck around, find out that not one night, and a bunch of them drowned. And one of them, who I got to know later, who survived that shit, and he still played with survivor's guilt. He survived that shit. Nobody told me exactly what the fuck was going on. And then when they asked me, you ever thought about want to hang out with us like that? I said, you want to go hunting with us or something like that? I said, hell no, because I know that it's easy to y'all make it look like an accident. I'm not even want to go fishing with any of y'all. I don't know you that well. I've seen how you guys get down after you have been drinking. I know how some of these people operate. That's why I don't want to be around certain people. I interact with you, when I know an area I know I'm safe in, but not when I'm not.
Charles, these random ass
Can you hear me?
these random lynchings and whatever.
We hear you.
Finding people in lakes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Bruh, those are cops doing that. That's law enforcement doing that. They're the only ones with the resources, the logistics, the leverage, the influence, the ability to manipulate and distort evidence. And then they have a whole fucking infrastructure of the coroner's office and the DA's office. It's cops doing that.
For years, decades.
Now we're expecting 17, 18, 19-year-old kids, black kids, to be able to somehow maneuver around when the FBI itself reported that the American law enforcement has been infiltrated by white supremacist groups. There's cops doing this.
And that was back in 06.
It would not surprise me if it was cops that killed Noah. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Wouldn't surprise me if it was some network of cops and Klan and all that, all working together to do that. And then they did it on the 4th of July. That sounds like, to me, like a sacrifice, a ritual.
No. Oh, that sounds like a picnic.
I'm gonna answer this. I'm gonna answer this very fully. Right. One, when you live in those small towns, it's different than being in a metropolitan area, like a Baltimore, like a Chicago, like all those other motherfuckers, right? It's not just the cops because the fucking judge is fucking the fucking brother-in-law of the fucking police chief or one of the lieutenants. So we're gonna say because you live in a small town, which most cities are not, most places in America are not cities; they're towns.
Yeah.
So the
Medium to large
manipulation
lies usually.
isn't the fucking law enforcement; it's the whole fucking town. But we supposed to bring our kids into these fucking spaces, let them walk. Where guess what? It's either judged by 12 or carried by 6. But we allow
Some
our
cases both.
kids. We allow our kids to walk what? Frivolously free. Frivolously free. We allow them to go to these colleges where we know that they're surrounded by races, right?
Absolutely.
If we're gonna use that excuse too. But wait a minute. If we're gonna use the excuse for that one, what about the college kids that go around in fucking places in Georgia, Illinois, all these motherfucking places, Carroll County, where the Klan still exists?
When I say it's cops, what I'm saying is this: I am a black kid driving to school here or there. I'm not in no sundown town, right? I'm driving to school or driving to work or whatever. It's nighttime, or it's a place where ain't a whole lot of traffic. Cops pulled me over, say I didn't use my my turn signal, and they got me. If it's nighttime, they got me. If it's some place where ain't a whole lot of people around watching, or if the people who are around are in on it, they got me. This whole business where you not properly preparing yourself to be in the sundown town, or you not properly carrying, or that ain't gotta happen. You could just be going somewhere by yourself. Or you could just be going somewhere by yourself. Cops pull you over. They have all the power. They have all the logistics. They have everything. Once they stop you, they have everything. If there are no witnesses that might defend you and stand for you, you gone. Period. That can happen to anybody.
Guess what? If we're gonna say that shit, then niggas shouldn't ride at night, right? Niggas should just live there where he's in a bubble. So what we should do, right, is be some good old Negroes.
Wait a
minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. So right now, should black people arm themselves, and why don't black people arm themselves?
Matriarchy.
You can arm yourself all you want to. If the cops pull you over on some phony stop, you gone. Because what, you gonna shoot the cop? No, hold on. Wait a minute now. You got a gun. You get pulled over for a traffic stop. You gonna shoot the cop?
Guess what? Majority of them are not cops. We just had a case where 3 white guys chased the dude in a fucking pickup truck. That's majority of the cases. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Majority of the cases are those, and we just found the only reason we found out about that one. Majority of the cases are those.
In the instances in which these lynchings are occurring, and there's no evidence, and there's no proof, and there's this quick decision on the part of the coroner to declare it to be a suicide by hanging, those are cops, man.
You can't do suicide by hanging.
Those aren't just some guys in a F-150.
You'd be surprised how many. You'd be surprised.
Those are cops. Those are people who know what they're doing. Those are people who are able to get their hands.
You'd be surprised
on
how
some
many
defenseless black person and have control over them.
Wait. Hold on a second.
You'd be surprised how many motherfuckers in cities are being fucked up or being fucked with by so-called racist motherfuckers. It don't even have to be the police. And here's the
I'm
craziest
talking
part:
about
majority,
these people. They are
even the
finding in
people
people
who
they
were
are
in these
finding in
towns,
lakes.
even the people they finding in lakes and trees and all this shit, majority of the time it's the people in that area because the people
Mhm.
don't come.
Hold on a second. Let
Because
me
when you have
interject
a
here for a
small,
moment.
but hold on,
Charles, I need to interject, please, brother. Now, Charles, I know this is your space. I apologize. But Black Guru being an elder and having understanding and experience talking about things that are relevant from the past and now, there's something he's trying to say. I'm trying to understand
see,
him. And I understand
The
your frustration.
wait a minute.
FBI has already reported that the
Oh shit.
American,
He'll be back.
the FBI
Mhm.
reported that American law enforcement has been overrun by white supremacists.
Infiltrated.
They're
It's not
infiltrated by
just
white
law enforcement. It's not just law
Yeah,
enforcement. It's not just law enforcement. It's law enforcement, the judiciary, even
exactly.
even in legislative. And these guys are called ghosts. They're white supremacists,
Exactly.
but they don't have any identifying marks. They're called ghosts. It's an FBI memo from 2006. And Charles will be back in a minute. So I know what you're saying.
Well,
But
and
you know what?
The point I'm making is we're making this
Mhm.
argument and we're alluding to whether or not or how black people aren't properly arming themselves and protecting themselves. How do you protect yourself
Mhm.
from law enforcement? How do you protect yourself from corrupt judges and corrupt district
Mhm.
attorneys?
Honestly, you don't, or you leave the country.
You can't. Black
That's
Guru.
why. That's what I do.
All
What I
right.
do on my end.
All right, Black Guru. I'm gonna tell you something about where I come from. Now we have national service, military conscription where I'm from. But there's something we do. But there's something we have to also deal with, considering the fuck ups we have in our communities and the ratchets and everything. We have draft dodgers, and because we have these fucking draft dodgers, you know what that happens to us? To the rest of the community. What happens to the rest of the community? At least once a year, maybe twice in a year, we're gonna have soldiers, not police officers, but soldiers with MP badges in certain neighborhood, in every neighborhood, on certain streets, street corners and whatnot, stopping any young person asking for ID. And sometimes they rough us up. And even if we
You
do
mean
have
in
ID,
Norway
they
or
still need
the whole country?
This is back in Eritrea. Not in Norway. They don't do that in Norway. In Norway, they do have the national conscription, but they sort that shit out. They sort you out in a different way, legally, whatnot. Back home in Eritrea, they tell us you better do your national service when you do. But there are plenty who draft dodge for one reason or another. So I understand how fucking, how uncontrolled or how abusive some people are when they have certain power. So how do you avoid these people? It's not easy. Some have had no choice but to flee. You can't stand and fight back. And even if you do, you're just gonna get your ass kicked. Some will brandish those Kalashnikovs just to shut us mouth, but I understand what you mean.
My overall
Mhm.
thesis here, and then connecting the dots. My overall thesis here, going back to Carmelo and Cyrus and Nolan and all the other people they find is, I mean, I don't know if this is the time to be hypercritical of every goddamn thing that black people do, that they might possibly make some mistake of doing this, while it's pretty damn clear to me that some other motherfuckers are coordinating. I don't know if this is the time to be overly critical of every goddamn thing that, especially young black people who don't
Fair
have
enough.
all the experience. who don't have all the training, don't have all the resources.
And have been taught about this.
Especially the black boys, they're so compromised in so many ways. And then now we're going to be hypercritical of what they do. While we know it's a coordinated effort to take them all out, I don't understand.
You remember? I mean, everybody still dealing with the. You know what? To your point, sir. Some people are still trapped in 2017, 28. Wait, when was it? When was Trayvon Martin? When was that?
Wow,
I think that was 2014, 15, I think.
11,
2017.
I don't.
Yeah.
I thought it. Well, I don't remember.
Because remember how everybody was talking about where he fucked up in that whole situation instead of talking about why the motherfucker who was chasing his ass should have fall back like the cops told him to. Fall back, wait for backup. You're not a cop. What you doing, chasing that boy? And he deserved to get punched in the face like he did.
It's very clear he hunted that boy. And
yes.
Yet they made every excuse possible to justify him being killed. And now we're doing a kind of similar kind of thing now.
Yeah.
We're looking for reasons to blame each other for our own demise.
Exactly. In fact, you know what? It's been a decade since this name has been brought up. And I mentioned this name before. I mentioned it with BGS over the weekend when we were talking about what happened in Mississippi. This name, Bakari Henderson.
I don't think I know that one.
That was the 18-year-old brother who got killed in Greece. When he y'all remember this brother, he was the only black kid in his group of graduating high school graduates who went to Greece as a gift for the graduation. He got roughed up and stomped out by a bunch of Serbs on one of those Greek islands. Nobody said shit. In fact, they did it in front of so many people, in front of security cameras. Nobody said shit until they got arrested a week afterward because it happened to be an American. If it happened to be an African in some part of Athens, nobody would have said shit. Especially with the level of anti-black racism that was going on at the time. And even when they had the trial the following year, they only convicted them on lesser charges. For murder, they said not enough evidence. What more evidence did y'all need? And those guys and the co-defendants, they were just like high-fiving each other when they were found guilty, when they were convicted for the lesser charges and not murder. Because it was a fucking show trial. It was just a show of justice when there was no actual justice. But nobody teaches black boys you cannot act. There's certain things you cannot do in certain parts of Europe.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Hey, ABM, try to get. You need to say something.
No, I don't need to say nothing right now. Let's leave.
Yeah, he kind of went out. I can't hear him no more.
They kind of borged out and went out. Yeah, he borged and went out.
I will say that with Jesus, but I ain't gonna say that right now.
Yeah, hold on. So before we continue, Zulu, if you're gonna be giggling and laughing like that, you better be wearing a fur coat and a cane like you a goddamn pimp. Where my ho
in spirit.
I don't know if you bringing out your inner Mac or Willie Dynamite with that laugh. What the hell going on with you, son? Swear to God, you laugh like a goddamn pimp.
We had a black kid get shot in the back.
Mm-hmm. Tamir Rice in Ohio.
No, I'm talking about a couple
the child
months
situation.
ago.
The child situation.
Oh, okay.
We had a black
Go
kid
ahead.
get in the back, and black men were actually debating the specifics of that shit.
I ain't gonna lie to you. That
No,
shit had me kind of
no, let
frustrated
me
too.
tell
Though,
you.
on that one.
No other group of humans have that kind of debate.
You know why they don't have that debate? Because other types of humans would separate the fuck ups from the do rights.
Mhm.
That's why. Because we have to make an excuse.
No,
It's the
there
same
is no.
motherfuckers. Wait a minute.
Oh,
Hold on.
there's
Hold
no
on. Hold on. Hold on.
scenario.
Hold on. It's
There
the
is.
same motherfuckers.
There are plenty of 14-year-old fuck ups, white fuck
Yes.
ups, all
Yes.
over this country. They're in the
Yes.
suburbs. They're in the
Yes.
cities. They are rich. They are
Yes.
poor. And
But
you
guess
would
what?
not
When
have
you have the
would not have a
opportunities that
white
young
boy.
man had,
You would not have a
when you
white boy get shot in the back over a bottle
when
of
you have
water, and you have white
when
people
you have
debating
guess
whether
what?
or not that it was
Guess what?
justified. That would never
Guess
happen.
what? So let me ask you this question, right? Why do black people still fucking support Asian stores? If we get mistreated by these motherfuckers, why do we still have this obsession to go into their stores? Wait, hold
I
on, I'm
can tell
not
you
finished
that.
yet. Hold on, I'm not finished yet. Now, we want to talk about this
Part of the
shit.
reason
If black
why
people,
they are
I'm not
obsessed
finished.
with
Hold on.
well, you ask a question. You ask.
Wait a
Was
minute,
that a
I'm not
rhetorical
finished with the
question, or
question.
did you want to answer?
Wait a minute, I'm not finished with the question. If we want to talk about this shit, right? And black people have an issue with damn near every other race that exists in this country. Why the fuck do we still go to their fucking shit and support them? Now, let's finish.
You want to go first, or let me go second? What you want to do?
When I was growing up, I was born in Mississippi Delta, just smack in the middle of Mississippi. And even though I grew up in Chicago, I spent a lot of time in Mississippi Delta. And in the Mississippi, in the late 60s, early 70s, go to local store. Walk to the store up the road, that kind of thing, uptown, whatever they call it. The only stores we could shop in were the Asian-owned stores. Across the road was the white stores where the white people shop. The only people in that area who could own a store in that area was Asian people in terms of where black people could shop in that area. I mean, America perpetuated this system, created, perpetuated, and maintained this caste system that you're referring to, Charles. That's not a coincidence. That's not an accident. I grew up in Chicago. in the 70s. Most of the
It's a
stores
programming.
were black-owned stores. Those stores didn't go away by accident and got taken over by Arabs. That was intentional. I remember black shop owners talking about not being able to get loans and the zoning changing in this area where they couldn't operate their business here anymore. I remember that shit happening in the 70s. That wasn't an accident. That wasn't black people just deciding collectively not to support black businesses. That shit was systemic.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Last time I checked, right? Black women get mistreated by Asian store owners. Black boys get treated. Why the fuck do we still go? That
Because
doesn't
most
mean
of them
shit.
don't have the
Wait a minute.
funds to go
Why
anyplace else.
do they still go?
I believe, first of all, you have to ask the question of what's the status
Why?
of these people? Let me finish. What's the availability of them to be able to shop in other places? A lot of times people, their view of what they could do or where they can go can be very limited. I did not even realize myself how limited my perspective was about a lot of things in terms of opportunities about where we can go. I remember as a child at some point being afraid to go in certain parts of Chicago, being afraid to go into downtown Chicago. I mean, I think you'll be surprised at how limited some people's view are, particularly when you're poor, particularly if you have not had a lot of access to a lot of things, and you don't have a lot of resources, you're on a very sort of public assistance or whatever, it whittles away at your view and your belief of what you can do and where you can go and where you can spend and that sort of thing. Now, I do, however, think that because of what recently has happened, I think that there is a growing, hopefully, abiding effort to reverse this caste system, this economic caste system that you're alluding to. I don't know how successful it will be, but we didn't get here, Charles, just by Black folks deciding we must shop with Asian people, man. There's a whole lot of shit that happened up between that. And the thing is, if you're my age and you saw all the dry cleaners and the telephone the television repair, when you saw all these businesses being Black owned, you know damn well this wasn't just Black folks just wanting to shop with other people. You know it's more complicated than that.
And then on top of that, right?
I think we should be careful. You an intelligent man, you should be careful about oversimplifying that issue. You should.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why, right? Just like the Carmelo thing. When I joined the Army, I was 17. Guess what? Before I could drink and smoke in my country, I could kill or die for it. So if you're smart enough to have damn near a 4.0, you're smart enough to know to get the fuck out of certain situations. So we're not gonna argue that bullshit. Because if you're smart enough to get scholarships and you're supposed to go to somebody else's college in West Bumfuck somewhere, and you can't conduct yourself where the fuck you're from right now.
He made a whole lot of good decisions up to that point. And in
guess
that
what?
moment,
The path of hell is paved with a lot of good decisions.
I'm not condemning his whole record.
Guess what?
He made one terrible decision, and he's paying for it.
That's all you. Guess what?
But
one terrible decision costs you a lifetime.
The system has already dealt with him. The white people have already dealt with him. The white people have already condemned him. We don't have to be a part of that shit. They're already doing it.
It's the fact of the matter that if I talk about a white boy the same way, which I have several times, I can't do the same thing for him.
I don't care about the white boys. This is a white man's system. This system is going to bend over ass backwards. This system is going to bend over ass backwards for white boys. I'm going to let them handle protecting white boys.
And then on top of that,
care about them.
Then on top of that, right? When we got this obsession of shopping in Asian stores, which predominantly are not Black men, predominantly is not Black men. We want to know where our money's going. They don't even go to the schools your kids go to. They won't even hire your kids to work at their stores. Oh, there's Black women who go to India and get the hair. There's a few Black men who do the same. But what are we too busy doing? Lowbrow shit, fundamentally. Everybody in this country got their rights off the back of ours.
Well, I mean, it's easy for them to do that when you had a whole system that enabled that. You had a whole system. You had a whole legal system. You had an economic system. You had a social system. You had a judicial system. You had an educational system. You had a law enforcement system. All those systems are manifested in what you just described.
But yet, right? When a person tells you you can't do it, and this is what the line is, and the line's shorter, guess what? Not everybody has to do wrong, because a lot of people actually don't. But what do we found in our culture, right? Everybody wants to dress like the thug. Everybody wants to dress like the hooker or the prostitute or the fucking stripper. Everybody wants to cosplay a thug until they get treated like one, right?
Everybody wants to be a nigga until it's time to be one.
But we don't address We don't address that shit. We don't address that shit. We don't address saying, when did your ass stop being black? Because guess what? This is going to be a telltale story like many others. Because when we have black excellence, we have to talk about black failure as well. Preventive maintenance saves lives. And I'm not going to tell people are going to tell me.
We had black excellence.
I wanted to go after him. I wanted to go after him.
Black excellence in the form of Dr. King. They shot him in the head.
That's what.
When we had excellence in the form of Medgar Evers, they shot him in the driveway with his kids looking at him out the window.
Guess what? We also had forms of black excellence that we rejected.
When we had black excellence, they shot him in the bed with his woman and his baby here in Chicago.
Is that the only black excellence we have?
Black excellence. No,
is that the only black excellence we have?
I'm saying when we had black excellence, they ran rivers and lakes over the shit, or they built the Pentagon over the shit, or they built.
Wait a minute.
Or they built Central Park. Oh, they built Central Park over it, or they ran a railroad.
So wait a minute, right? When we have most of our black towns that were doing very well, what was one of the fundamental flaws that they had?
They couldn't protect it properly.
Everybody is interested.
They couldn't protect them. They didn't protect them.
Black people.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Uru, please give me a second. Uru, give me a second. Uru, give me a second. Please, Uru, give me a second. Right. This is where I'm gonna have to necessarily give a little bit of a pushback on you, Officer Talk. Like, mostly we agree on about 90% of things, right? I think I spoke to Nameless, and we have a conversation about systems and individuals, right? A system, one individual man can't beat a system, right? You have quote unquote a small group of people. We need to be honest. Reality, trying to fight the quote unquote most powerful nation on the planet at one point in time within its borders. It's almost an impossible game, right? That's like literally like playing the game when I can change the rules whenever I so choose to change them, right? I'm the game master, you're just the pawn on the pawn board, right? Black folk necessarily getting out of that position necessarily within the guise of America was almost an impossible task, right? The accomplishments that we was able to quote unquote do in America were considered godly because most people wouldn't even survive to make it that far. And when it comes to the defense of a town, from my understanding, now granted, I was not born during the time of Uru, right? But the United States Army itself, or the United States government itself, attacked these towns, right? So you're trying to tell me a small population, which I'm gonna be honest with you, which most likely could even entire nations. Repeat this: entire nations in better condition with their own economy, and the United States would crush them necessarily, especially during the time of the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, and up to the 1990s.
Yeah, number one, let's go back to this, right? Because a lot of times it wasn't the military; it was a bunch of fucking white boy militias. Most of those times, those were white boy militias. You know why? Because one, militia does not mean army. Those were little fucking get-together white boy groups. Because black people didn't believe in saying, hey, somebody need to make some fucking guns to protect this shit, which is one of the fundamental things when you have land and resources. That's the third, if not the second most important thing you need. Now, let's go back to this, right? When we talk about black people and getting systematically whatever, The problem with systematic shit was when you burnt motherfucking cities down, that's when you got a lot of your fucking rights. You didn't get your rights because of some kumbaya shit. Hell, you didn't even get your right to vote because of kumbaya. You had to fucking fight a war. But yet, we're going to sit here and allow a bunch of bullshit that's happened. You know the reason why they don't have Klan rallies in Baltimore anymore? It's called ass whoopings. But at the same time, we're going to worry about a goddamn sundown town, but guess what? When we send our kids to these fucking suburbs, we don't give them the talk that they're black. When you have these kids that are mixed, you don't give the fucking talk that they're black. I'm not saying you got to be a fucking coward. Know your system. Even before, hell, I got pulled over less by the police before I was the police. Every time when I became a police officer, I kept getting pulled over. So when I look at shit fundamentally, as a kid who's born and raised in Baltimore City, from the 80s to the 90s to the 2000s, don't tell me about shit that if he's in a better fucking neighborhood with better resources, yeah, you fucked up, kid. Hopefully your appeal will lessen your fucking shit. But this is what fundamentally gets me, right? When people look at a system, why vote? You vote the same goddamn party in most of your cities. You're still roach infested, rat infested, crime infested, trash infested. I'm not even saying vote Republican. Vote fucking independent for the fuck I care. But we keep looking for the same fucking place to get us out of our bondage, and they benefit from it. We can't even trust our own goddamn women to have our backs because they have their own fucking agenda. You get a decent black man making some fucking money, having a degree. Guess what? All he is a tool. But as soon as you say something about a system, and also how the system treats black men and a precautionary tale of how it treats it, people got an issue with it. My heart goes out for a lot of young black men. But the streets don't define you. You define your fucking life. Black America don't owe you shit. You sure as hell don't owe Black America shit either. Because if I take just Black America alone and how you treat your boys, they don't owe you shit. And we all know this.
They don't.
But nobody wants to talk about that. You got motherfuckers telling you who you should marry, who you should date. Why? Because you want us to keep fucking taking your fucking sorry asses? And we get a bunch of baby mamas with a bunch of umpteen kids, horrible fucking manners, horrible wives, horrible conditions. At some point, where the fuck are you supposed to go? What is it, like war games? The best way to win is not to play at all?
Strange game, Professor Falcon. Well, hold a second.
But
Strange game, Professor. Hold on. You asked war games, right? Let me give you the quote.
Hold on. But yet,
All right.
every time we get into a system, and we put our foot into a system, we actually make the system better. Because God knows how many young black boys have their freedom because there was an Officer Faulkner, a Sergeant Faulkner. But we don't talk about that shit, do we?
You, Officer Josh, Mike. Hell, how many brothers were saved by cats like the Underrated Darkness? How many brothers were saved by brothers like? Hell, we got a youngin here who's trying to make his way into the armed forces on your recommendation, on Sandor's recommendation.
But yet, we keep saying the system's corrupt. At what point do you try to fix it? There has to be a starting point.
You stop dating Keisha.
Or use it to your advantage.
Well, fuck a Keisha.
No. Forget the Keisha. To answer Charles's question.
Guess what? Here's the problem. Here's the problem with the Keisha shit, right? Black men are so obsessed with sex that it's the only fucking thing you could pat yourself on the back about.
That's not what I said.
I'm looking at it like, wait a minute. I'm a 4-time wrestling champion. I got a bronze medal internationally. I've saved motherfuckers' lives, both outside the United States, inside the United States.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten young teenage boys paid more money than anywhere else they've seen in their lives for 4 days. How many motherfuckers can say that?
Charles, you should have been married with 5 or 6, 7 children.
But
now,
guess what prevents
you hold on, wait a minute now. Let me say something here. Now, because you pushed back on the Keisha issue. Well, there's a reason why you don't have that wife with 5 or 6 kids. It's because of Keisha, man. It ain't just because whether or not, because I'm sure you can fuck Keisha very well. But that don't necessarily mean you can make a fucking family with Keisha. The issue ain't sex. The sex is a minor issue. That's not the issue. The issue is not being able to make a fucking family in the community with.
Here's the biggest problem. Is that niggas, like I said before, making idol worship off of pussy. Because one, Keisha, which is the stand-in for the typical hood bitch, right? Right? We all agree on that, right?
Yes, sir.
So, why would I get a hood bitch to raise children properly when I know that's the damnation of a country? Because black society was the most formal and conservative society in the last 150 years. People forget that black people were more conservative than white people. You were more married than white people.
Charles, you were a law enforcement. You were a law enforcement officer, military man. You've never married.
Exactly.
You've never had. Had a wife, and you have what? One son, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Charles, and you've had women, right? You have not had a sex. You have not had a problem managing sex, right?
That's the least of their problems.
Charles, even you couldn't get a wife, man. Even you.
I'm gonna tell you.
So
reasons why.
But my point is this, and I'm not saying this to criticize you at all. In fact, it's the opposite. I'm saying you keep focusing on brothers being hyped up on sex. That's not the issue. That's not it. That's not it. And I know it's not it. And no, it's not it because you're an example of why that's not it. You are an example of that.
I have to say this, Uber, with all due respect. Just because I'm an example does not mean I'm the norm. You feel me?
That kind of proves my point, though.
And I'm gonna tell you why. Because at some point, I could have been married many of times, but I never had that. Like I had to tell my boy, I never had that longing. Because if a woman didn't want to follow, I didn't have time to chase down this bitch while I had a son to raise.
You are literally making my point, Raj.
I'm not saying we disagree.
You are literally
I'm not
making
saying
my
we're
point,
disagreeing, did we? Here's the
Yeah.
point about the Keisha shit. The average black man cares more about pussy than his own well-being.
Yeah, but you keep saying that. You
And
keep
this is the
saying
part that I tell.
that's not the real issue.
That's one
It's
of the
not.
issues. Let me
And,
tell
and
you
in
why.
fact, and let me be 100% real with you, man. Y'all wasn't getting it in like we was getting it in when we were coming up.
But guess what?
The only thing that slowed us down was AIDS and HIV. There was a whole lot more sex going on in the 70s and coming into the 80s than it's been in the last 20 years. A whole lot more.
And I'm gonna tell you what slowed it down even more. What's called child support.
Right.
And you got to think about it. You got to think about it. When
you really brothers being hyped up on sex, I don't think that's the issue. I think that's a convenient tool to use to criticize black men. When
it's
the real
part of the issue,
totally
but it's not as
than that.
big as an issue as people think. Why? Because one, I see a lot of brothers who will put themselves at the back burner for it. And this is the part what's happening. Once brothers break out of that shell that's saying, I'd rather have a piece of mind than a piece of ass, guess who's more upset about that? It's not the brother, it's the sisters.
We were in an environment of wives, Charles, then you'd have a lot fewer brothers chasing Keishas. The issue is not the existence of Keisha. The issue is the lack of wives. When you're in an environment of whores, you're gonna be a whoremonger just by proxy.
And here's the bad part about the whores, is that niggas, this is the worst part. Somebody hit the Cash App. Y'all having a good conversation, y'all entertaining, hit that goddamn Cash App. I ain't a poor righteous teacher, niggas. Number one, whores will always be among us. That's the oldest profession in the book. Last time I checked, accounting, right?
Yeah, but
there's
a critical mass of whores.
But that's the part.
Yeah, when there's 20% of whores is a very different environment than 50%.
But notice, here's the shit that I tell people all the time. Because y'all think I'm raw here. I talk myself out of pussy having real conversations with bitches, even though I already fucked them. But still, I talk myself out of. You know why? I've always asked this question. Why do y'all listen to the niggas that say I'm gonna make you a mother, but you never listen to the niggas who say I'm gonna make you a wife? Because if a chick tells me my body, my choice, that's you. Men have to take the responsibility of relationships because we ask you to be our girlfriends. We ask you to be our wives. Hell, we even ask you to be our fuck buddies. And I'm not afraid of taking some responsibilities, but what I will tell people this, is it a major issue? Not as much as anymore because most niggas are having options. What the problem is this. When it comes to black men are now starting to see their freedom. Black men are starting to see the promised land, as we will proverbially call
that they aren't addicted to Keisha like that. The only reason Keisha had the run she had was for a long period of time. She was
the caste system.
By many brothers to be the only option. Yes,
the caste system, bro.
Yeah.
It's not just the caste system; it's ignorance.
I'm gonna say the caste system, bro.
Because let me tell you why: ignorance. World War II, Korea, Vietnam. Them motherfuckers weren't coming home with black wives, were they?
Yeah, but
yeah, I get that.
But you have to be able to actually. I mean, you can't describe to a black man the experience of being, for example, in Germany in 1950, whatever, and have all these pretty blonde white chicks grabbing all over you. You can't describe that. That's something you gotta actually live. That's something you gotta live and experience.
But guess what, Uber?
And when you've had that experience and you lived it, it's gonna change your perspective about.
Let me
what
ask you this
think.
question. Let me
it's
ask
not
you this
something
question.
we can-
Let me ask you this question, Uber. When you got your first accounting gig, right? And you, who are you, Alabama Productions? All right, man. Huh?
Yeah, go ahead and definitely get this motherfucker out of here, bro.
Get him out of there.
See what I'm saying? I'm like, and he was a black dude who did this bullshit, bro. Like, what the fuck?
See, but see, I wish I knew, dumbass shit. But see, this is what me and Uber are having a good debate. All right, me and Uber were having a good debate back and forth. And we can't even say the debate because me and Uber were actually, that's my boy, right?
Yeah.
This is how, and notice, did I cuss you out?
No, it ain't.
Did you cuss me out?
It's not that kind of thing.
No.
No. But we have our solid back and forths, which this is the
because your big ass out anyway. Shit, I
I'm human like anybody else, man.
I ain't fucking with you like that, man. Get out of here.
I'm human like you. But this is the part where two gentlemen have a discussion. Half human, half Kryptonian, I know.
Half.
Or as the last chick called me, half human, all amazing. But you got to understand this. This is why I put a lot of emphasis on teaching young black men, and I put a lot of onus on them too. You don't understand this Carmelo Anthony shit made me shed a tear. It made me shed a tear. If I was a teenager and I was friends with this motherfucker, I would do everything in my power for him not to throw his life away. It makes me shed a tear. And it's like, I pray to God, once this shit blows over, I pray to God he gets into a college, because I think he's still brilliant.
He will.
I think he's still brilliant, and I think he still has a chance. Because one of the three things prison or jail is supposed to be, on paper, of course.
Another chance for you to rehabilitate yourself and get back into society.
It's supposed to be a deterrent, a punishment, and a rehabilitation. If I was the governor of a state, I would hold that to truth evidence. I would want guys who weren't into crimes, like no sex offenders. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Do we all agree? Fuck them.
Yeah, we can say that. Fuck them.
They pretty much fuck when they're in there anyway.
Now, if it's somebody who did a small thing or something like that, we can rehabilitate them. Get them some mentors, get them some books, get them a degree. If they didn't pass high school, get them their GED or a high school diploma. Get them to go in college classes. Get the mind interested in doing better. See, a lot of people don't want the black man to do better because they know the black man will do better. Can we all agree?
Of course.
He won't just do better. He will exceed beyond anybody's expectations because that's the type of motherfucker he is. He built like that. Now,
the old saying goes, a lot of people have fear, not because they're inadequate, it's because they fear that they are powerful beyond belief. And I remember
some people don't know their strengths.
I remember Dr. Dunbar and I were smoking cigars at Fire and Smoke. Got to smoke again, man. Roll that shit.
You mean Dr. Goodbar? He was Dr. Goodbar that night.
And Dr. Goodbar said, you know, there's some times that I should have popped my collar. I said, dude, you're black excellence in flesh. I brag on you. I'm humbled to smoke cigars with you. And he said, "Hey, I do the same thing for you. We're gonna get Uru Chicago ass out here. You know, we ain't got no drill music for your ass though, but shit, but
Away from the wife. Away from the wife,
you
though.
know, the wife could come too, of course. But
Uh,
the point that it means is this: black men, when they're not distracted by white audacity, black women subterfuge, everywhere you put us, we overachieved. I was there at the monument for the liberators. You know who the liberators are? Those are the motherfuckers y'all sent to the worst camps and rescued the Jews. How is it that Jews in fucking Germany love us? But when you come back to America, you act like you can't stand us.
The caste system.
Why is it that Rommel couldn't beat the black soldiers who took over his Panzer tanks, even though the motherfuckers were in German? And said, if I had 100 of these men, I'd have won the war in North Africa.
Erwin Rommel, yeah, especially against the British, against Montgomery in the Sahara, in Tunisia, and everything.
But
Of course, he was also held back by Securius back in Berlin. So much, they detested him so much. He was forced out of his position.
Not only that, but he was getting foot of the ass by black men who were taking his tanks over. And think of how intelligent you are to commandeer a tank, all in German,
Mm-hmm.
and ride that shit like you made it.
A lot of them were taking German classes when the drill sergeant wasn't looking.
Mm-hmm. Think about it, right? There's a lot of people I admire, like a Black Uber or Dr. Dunbar,
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Neal, Electrician 480, ABM.
Detroit 313.
Sometimes Zulu when he don't get on my fucking nerves. Like, I'm just joking. Even young Mello, you gotta admire him. Even though he's the youngest person on the motherfucking thing, he's an intelligence guy. Can't tell us everything or barely anything because of the secret clearance. But you gotta admire it.
Forget it neither, nigga.
Huh?
My bad. I said, don't you ever fucking forget it either, nigga.
I'm still better than you, guys.
That's fine.
Hey, Mello. You're an intelligence guy, right?
Yeah.
You're an intelligence guy, right?
Yeah.
It means it's secrecy. What is the first and most important rule about intelligence and secrecy?
That an oxymoron of military intelligence?
No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut it.
Woo!
Repeat your question.
Haven't said that in a while, have I?
That too. You know what? I gotta hold his mouth like Martin Lawrence held Chappelle's mouth in the interrogation room in Blue Streak. He don't want to talk. He better not talk anyway.
But yet.
Well, hold on. What was this question again?
But yet, how much do you see about black excellence since you've been in the military for about a year or close to it?
About 2 years now. But shit, I am black excellence at this point. You don't see a lot of it, but when you see it, you gotta respect it. You know what I mean? Like, it's rare to come across. It's rare to come across it. It's like you can have yeah, of course, it's black people in the military, but it's only a select few of brothers, in a sense, right? That's gonna carry yourself high above everybody else, right? There's only a select few that's gonna that you can point out in a crowd, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not very much that you're gonna notice, but when you notice it, it's gonna stick out to you. And there's nothing you can do but give it the most utmost respect. Like it's hard to do that.
Is the current American military tolerant of black excellence? I mean, because from what I see, our current SecDef is like like firing like black 4-star generals with bronze stars and shit. So I don't
No,
think
not
the
really.
current
So
American
hold on,
military
I thought they
I don't think
quite
it's
quick.
hold on.
particularly
Hold
touting
on. Let me answer that.
of black excellence.
Let me answer that for you. So when it comes to higher up, it may not be as tolerant, right? But when you're actually in the field and these the people that you work against, that you not work against, but that you work with, they're the
Mhm.
most tolerant people you meet. They're the most accepting people you meet. Because at the end of the day, you're expecting them to pull you out of a gunfight, and they're expecting you to do the same thing for them. You get what I'm saying? Like
Right.
they just changed the regulation not too long ago as far as the grooming standards, right? You know how most of us, if we shave our face and shit, we get our fucking ingrown hairs, the bumps and shit, our skin gets all irritated and whatnot,
Because the
right?
product shaving
And
products they provide y'all is not.
hold on, right? Sometimes you
Mhm.
have leadership that will get on you about it, right? And they even change the standards about our fucking hair and whatnot, right? So our standards for the
Of
hair,
course.
high and tight, right? It got to be brushed and neat, right? But for us as black men, brushed and neat, eventually you're gonna get fucking waves. That's just how our hair is,
Mhm.
right or wrong.
Yep.
Right.
So it's
And
like
that's why a lot of y'all rock
if
the
you
baldy.
have hold on, you have your leadership or whoever you're around, your team, higher ups, officers, your higher enlisted, they're gonna accept it because at the end of the day, it's like, bro, if we all in the battlefield, motherfucker, I need you. If
Well,
whatever the fucking higher ups say, the fucking SecDef, the POTUS, whatever they say, it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, we're in the field. Of course, they're gonna be more accepting of us because it's like it's just, that's what it is. We need you. We all need each other at the end of the day.
and here's something about the 4-star generals, right? Like the
Uh huh.
last, like the last SecDef, right? Or Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense. Do you think the military should spend money for transgender surgeries?
No,
No,
no.
That's the motherfucker who was
Not
doing it.
there.
So a lot of the
No,
woke shit.
I don't think that should be done. I don't know if that's a strategic issue. I think
Well,
that's some bull. I think that's some bullshit. But I don't know if I'm judging a whole career of someone at that level based on some political shit that was pushed
when you go,
down to
so
him.
can
That
I?
was pushed down. Hold on now. That was
No, go ahead,
pushed
go ahead.
down to him by politicians. Because I know damn well ain't no black general all gung ho about some damn operations like that. That was some
Transgenders.
political
Yeah.
stuff
well,
that's
well,
pushed down to his position. And
well,
then you make them the fall guy. You make them the
well.
fall guy.
I'm gonna tell you what happened, right? This is how. Once you put a star on your chest, it's all political. What did
I
I
can't
just
hear
say,
what this
Right.
man
everybody?
is
So we
saying.
following. What did I just say when we all following? Once what? Once you put a star on your shoulders, it's all political.
Mhm.
You don't get any further until you agree. Because guess what? A general could just retire.
Yeah.
Okay?
And he retired, didn't he? Because he disagreed.
So if you don't agree to certain fucking shit, you could just go and you'll get your retirement. Now,
Well,
do I
now,
agree?
so
Do
so
I
so
hold on,
he
hold on, hold on, hold
retired
on. Let me finish.
defending.
Let me
So he
hold on, let me finish.
retired defending the.
Let me finish real quick. What happens is this. When you have a bunch of LGBT, which we had in the military for centuries,
Yeah.
when I was under, I'm dating myself now, we were under Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Right. That came under
Which I
Clinton.
which I respect. Meaning, I don't give a fuck who you fuck in the bedroom, can you do the job? Which I think we kind of should go back to a little bit, because guess what? Your military uniform is not made to comfort you. It's made to uniform everybody to work together.
Mhm.
Right.
So when you start giving people surgery to say, "Hey, I think that I'm a woman," no, you're taking away battlefield effectiveness. If a woman can make it through Ranger School legitimately, you respect her for that. But what did you do doing that shit? You gave them more chances you would give men. You gave them extra shower, extra this. If you're a
Okay,
fucking
but now
Ranger,
when he made that decision, he specifically referenced to that brother being a DEI hire. And it have nothing to do with cross dressing. He accused the guy of being a DEI hire. That's what he did. The guy with the bronze star was a DEI hire.
now when
That's
you
what
look
he
at
did.
it,
The brother
when you look at it
who
as
was
general,
a fighter was a fighter pilot. He was DEI hire.
now
That's what he did.
Now, we got to look at some officers very carefully. I'm not saying this one, but some officers you got to look carefully. Because an officer will write himself for a bronze medal and never was near any action. Now, if you're a fighter pilot and you're in dogfights, that's different. Because you can look up my shit and I can send it to you right now. What I did. And you're going to ask yourself, why the fuck I get a fucking Bronze Star? I rescued Marines in Fallujah.
So the American military just artificially promoted a black man to a 4-star general. Just
No, that's political. That's political. Because you can't get that high without the president and Congress liking you.
Right.
You just can't.
But
Now,
there's got to be some performance before you even get to that point
now,
in which you're
now.
even in that conversation.
Not necessarily.
You have
Not
not
necessarily.
necessarily. Now you have some black generals.
We got black mediocrity ascended to a 4-star general status. Is that what
You
we're saying?
you can get that sometimes, just like you have black excellence like Colin Powell. Just like you have black excellence with Benjamin O.
Right.
Just like guess what? A general is like a CEO, right? High ranking corporate manager, right? A vice president, right? And I know you from your accounting background. You've probably been in board meetings and you like, this is the dumbest motherfucker you ever met.
Yeah, but you know what? Hold on. But you know what I have not seen? I've not seen one instance in which there was a black man. Not one. Not single. Not in 40 years. I have not seen a dumb black male CEO, chairman of the board, chief executive officer, chief operating officer, chief I've never seen that.
And you rarely will.
Ever.
You rarely will. But guess what happens when you're in a new age? Because I'm pretty sure in your heyday, because you're like how old now, Uber? Mid-60s. Be proud of your age, man. You're a man, nigga. So, let's think about this, right? Who's one of the most famous Baltimoreans of all time?
Reginald Lewis.
Thank you. Reginald Lewis.
Yes.
First black man to own $1 billion company with a cigar and a gap in his tooth, watching all the white boys get all the fun.
Man who ever got accepted in the Harvard Business School without submitting an application.
Bad motherfucker, right?
He was a bad motherfucker, man. He was a bad motherfucker.
And he had not only black. This not you know what I tell people? I don't just want to see black excellence. I want to see black arrogance. Black confidence. That's the motherfucker you want to be. Because think about it. They still call him a titan to this day. And we're talking about that type of shit. He had to be good. You didn't have to promote him. He promoted his goddamn self. Am I lying?
Yeah.
You telling the goddamn truth.
So nowadays, because we're so agenda driven, you're going to get a guy who wants to get LGBT in the military. We already had them. Some of the best soldiers I've seen were LGBT, believe it or not. But their business was their business and they carried it such. But now, because shit's so agenda driven, I don't mind Hegseth saying, You want those stars? Take a fucking PT test. You can't order fucking divisions of motherfuckers and you out of shape. Nigga, we're in war with fucking China economically. But guess what? When motherfuckers don't hear the whole truth,
we got Trump falling asleep and farting in cabinet meetings, man. Come on with that shit.
hey, guess what? At some point, America's going to have to get comfortable voting for presidents in their late 30s and 40s. At some point, we're going to have to get comfortable. At some point, we're going to have to get comfortable with that shit. Because
then now you got to deal with all the logistics of how someone ever even gets to the position of even being considered to be supported by any major party, and that usually requires a gauntlet of shit that almost ensures that you're 50 years old before you ever even get to that position.
Well, like a guy like myself, right? I'm 44. Am I? Do you think I'm a good mentor?
Yeah, you sound like an excellent mentor.
Am I mellow?
Excellent mentor.
Yeah, I didn't know if that question was for me or for them.
For everybody.
Oh yeah.
Am I a good father?
Yeah,
of course. You sound like a great, involved father and very dutiful and loving father. Yeah.
Am I articulate enough?
Yeah, you sound like you know how to effectively communicate.
My words can damn near be Shakespearean, but I do be on some hometown nigga shit sometimes. Do you think that a person who actually co-wrote the Great Faulkner Initiative has an initiative not only for young black boys, but for boys in general, to bring back infrastructure, resources, and masculinity where it needs to be taught in the fundamental fields of every field that you can name, from academia to construction, law enforcement? I think I'm going to be effective in many ways.
Are you trying to get a presidential endorsement here? I'm trying.
Shit, I vote for him. Fuck it.
No. Actually, he's more like he's gunning for Westmore. And you're unapologetic about it. It was consensual with both adults. What's your goddamn problem?
Well, Trump has broken all the rules with the sex stuff, so you should be fine there.
I should be fine. And then the sad part about it is, most of the time I'm gonna wear polo. You're like, God damn. And you know the sad thing about it.
Now you're gonna piss all the white guys off with all the muscles rippling out of your polo shirts.
Hey, why let the white guys have all the fun?
Or if he wears a sweater vest, or if he wears a sweater vest,
a tan suit. You don't wear no tan suit like Obama.
No, that suit was hard as shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. That suit was hard as shit.
Yeah. Check this out.
What's up, Marcus? So you gotta understand something, right?
Check this out. Wait.
Hold on. In order to make change, you gotta do the opposite of what you've been doing the whole fucking time. And see, are there some things I agree with Trump and Hegseth? Yes. You should make basic training tough.
Okay, but here's the problem with that. You know what the problem is with that? I can sum up the problem with that in one word. It's a 4-letter word. What's that 4-letter word?
Besides fuck?
I fucking ran. That's that
word.
This business with Iran is proof positive of why you don't do that bullshit that they did. Proof positive.
And this is the funniest part.
Can somebody who's got a TV on, turn it off? Somebody's got a TV in the background, turn it off.
Now, here's a question. Here's the thing about it. A guy like Putin, we would probably get along. Especially if you know his background with martial arts and being a colonel in the KGB. You know,
seventh Dan black belt in judo. Although initially trained in sambo.
Putin is the real deal.
Yeah, he's a cold man. And see, the problem with a lot of people is this. When we talk about black pill, they think it's about women. No, black pill is about life. Meaning, a pimp is black pill. So apparently Marcus said, AB, you ducked him on Facebook, so I can't wait to see that battle. So, AB versus
what?
Marcus.
What's he talking about?
He said ABM, or you talking?
It's after you. God help you, brother.
AB Media. Oh,
He's not talking about
Q100.
ABM.
Oh, I
He's talking
remember
about
him.
AB. He's talking about AB Media because AB mentioned it
Yeah.
earlier. Here's the part about it, right? There's certain shit as men we don't have to agree on, but we got to hear each other out. Do we all agree?
Mm-hmm.
That's the difference between us and women. I don't mind watching a fine debate by two intelligent brothers. You may change my idea of looking. There's times when Black Uber, when there was a chick being disingenuous and I read her rights smoothly, he said, I hate to be a criminal against you because God damn it, you just walked her to her own destruction. And I quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Nicely done.
Hey, guess what? People may say, oh, hey, Black Uber and Faulkner, they don't like each other, blah, 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 blah. No, that's my boy. That's my boy.
No,
Just like he said.
That's OG.
That's my boy.
That's the old head right there.
That's my boy.
That's Unc.
That's one of the
That's Lil
OGs.
Unc.
And one time,
That's Unc.
I kind
That's
of
Unc.
bragged on what he said to me, and he actually humbled me a bit because I was a little upset with some of the stuff that guys were saying. Like, y'all old enough to know what the fuck's going on. And he was like, Charles, you got to understand between your wrestling, your military, your police, your security, being a father, he's like, you live 4 or 5 lifetimes. And it humbled me. So it humbled me. So I had to, roll it back.
It gave you something to think about.
And it's not like you're supposed to be in a fucking space where we learn. Hopefully, Uber learned some shit from me at some point.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
And it's like you're supposed to give and take.
You've done things in the world, man.
Huh?
I have respect for that. I said, you've done shit in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, like real type shit. I can't. You have nothing but have respect.
I had to pull over. I had to pull over one of my white neighbors when I say hello because in black community, if somebody passes you, speak. And I had to tell him, I said, "How you doing? You may not know who I am, but if your kids are in danger, I might be the person who go rescue them. That's my background. You never know. Not saying I'm gonna keep a grudge and say fuck you, but you never know who's looking out for you. That's all I'm saying." Now, AB, is there anything you want to say?
No, I just heard my name. What's up?
Well, I'll highlight
no, somebody in the chat.
No, Marcus.
Oh, I'm not debating that dude. He's in his feelings. I'm not doing that.
All right.
Well,
look, you know where I'm at on Saturday. If he wants to come up, that's fine. But I'm not debating him tonight.
Well, you know what? We'll make it neutral ground if both of y'all agree. We could do it on my channel, simulcast on your channel, simulcast on his channel, and I'll be the referee. And I'll get somebody like ABM or Uber to assist.
Make sure you have a rep. Make sure you have a rep.
I'm down.
ABM or Black Uber can assist me, or both can assist and ask questions philosophically. And I'm like, hey, guess what? If you don't have a channel, shit, we'll put it there. I'll be neutral ground. Guess what? I'll be neutral ground. Guess what? I fucks with Marcus and I fucks with AB. And guess what? They both know me. Hold your own nuts, nigga. They know my doctrine. Hold your own nuts. If niggas challenge you, hold your nuts. So
I wasn't
you know,
running.
when
I wasn't running from him. I didn't feel like debating him today.
hey, it happens. Just tell me when y'all both got my numbers. Y'all both got my Facebook messages. Let me know when y'all want to set the shit up.
Okay, whatever.
Speaking of Marcus. Yep.
Is he there?
You want to talk? Yeah, he's there, but
Okay.
maybe his audio is not working right now. Leave him be. I'm going to say this really important thing. In these spaces, we do have conversations. It does sound like we're getting argumentative, but actually what it is just we're just passionate about these things. Because some of these things, you know, they struck a nerve, or this is something that we all understand we have to, and that needs to be addressed. So this is therapeutic for all of us, like my man Black Ram 313 would say. This is therapeutic, man. And this is what it's about. We come here.
Right now, I'm smoking a cigar, drinking on VSOP Duce. I'm having a good time. Guess what? People may say, here's some asshole might say, "Oh, Black Uber and Folk got beef." No, we don't. No, we don't.
You can have some arguments.
To be honest with you, Charles, you kind of caught some of my views about the space, not about you.
Yo. And I'm like this. There are some things I may say that I may say that once I get a chance to fully flesh out, people understand more.
Yo.
Yo, what's up, Mark?
Good.
I ain't about to take over your show, but I'm gonna say this. I'm not in my feelings because you say so, nigga. If you gonna say something, know what the fuck you talking about, bro. You don't know what you talk, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't debate law with me, bro. You can't do it. Just the things that you said on my Facebook page lets me know that. Ain't nobody in their feelings over here. That's what bitches do. You mad? Don't do the bitch shit with me, bro. I don't have a track record for being in my feelings. You want to debate, we could debate, and you gonna look dumb fucking with me, bro. Nobody's mad at you. What you
and you're lying on BGS. He did not,
bro.
he did
I
not
don't
say
know
what
you.
you said on that.
Nah, you out here talking about I'm in my feelings. You sound gay, bro. You sound gay. I'm in my feelings.
You're the one cussing now.
No, you said I'm in my feelings.
Okay. If you're
come at me with something factual. You jumped on here first. I saw you. I said, yo, you don't know enough about the law to debate me.
So
you said
Marcus,
you carrying a weapon means you're premeditated. That means you looking to kill somebody. But you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You don't know what you're talking about, bro.
So I gotta ask this question to both of you. Would you mind being on neutral ground having this debate? That's up to you.
I don't got much time. That's why I said, yo, I'm gonna jump in here, and I just wanted to address him talking about I'm in my feelings.
No, I'm saying we can set up a damn time when you do have some time. That's what he asked me.
Yeah.
I'm the one told him. I'm the one said to him, do he want to debate? I didn't ask him.
I'm or not, bro.
Bro, I'm talking to Charles.
Hold on.
I'm talking to Charles. Don't tell me how to fucking respond, bro.
Hold on. Let's keep it temperate.
Nah, niggas ain't gonna do that. Niggas ain't gonna do that.
Temperate. But go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
In AB. Matter of fact, Charles, I told the dude, let's debate. I told him. He said he ain't even respond to it. Now he talking about I feel like debating today. Like I asked him today or never.
Charles.
Yo, bro. When you want to do it, bro? I got the facts on my side, nigga. I'm studied in the shit that I'm talking about. You just running your mouth. So we could do this whenever. I'm with it. I'm with the shits, bro.
Just let me know. I could be the referee. ABM could be a referee. Uru could be a referee. We'll keep it neutral. We'll keep it neutral ground. I have no problem.
I prefer you referee it, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want too many opinions. You're somebody like me. You went through the law enforcement academy.
Yeah.
So I want an edge because this is about that stream you did on Carmelo. This is what this is about, right?
Yeah.
So I put a post on Facebook. I'm gonna tell you where this derives from. I put a post on Facebook basically saying that BGS co-signed the case. AB jumped on my shit, called me a liar. Y'all know how I respond to being called a liar. I'm gonna pull receipts. Y'all know I don't even do streams no more. But he called me a liar. So I went to your stream and pulled the section out where I said the kid was railroaded and BGS said no, he wasn't. Now, AB, if you want that clip, I got it for you. Anytime y'all call it, history in this space with me has dictated. Anytime you say I'm lying about something, I go get the proof. I got time, bro. So who's really in their feelings? I said something about BGS. You jump on my shit.
I remember that. I remember. Yeah, I remember that.
That's why I say ABM. He's neutral. That's why he's gonna be he's usually my co-host.
I'll just be a moderator. I'm not gonna have an opinion one way or I'll just moderate the thing.
Because there's sometimes.
Can I answer why I said that to him?
Hold on, one at a time, everybody. One at a time. We're gonna go to Uru. We're gonna go to Uru. Then we're gonna go to AB.
I got 2 minutes and then I'm gone.
God.
I would not be neutral because I definitely agree with Marcus that Carmelo was railroaded. I think.
Oh, everybody knows he's railroaded. Everybody knows he's railroaded.
But BGS, who's
qualified myself.
Hold on. Marcus only got a little time, so I'm gonna explain why I said what I said to him. You said that BGS co-signed that he deserved 35 years. That's not true. He has, because I've been on panels with BGS and we talked about this. He did not co-sign him getting 35 years.
BGS, BGS has a habit. Listen, BGS will tell you.
Let me finish, Marcus. I'll let you talk. Let me finish.
Go ahead and finish.
Do I think Carmelo was railroad to a degree? Yes.
I didn't ask you what you think. We talking about BGS. Stay on topic.
But you're lying on him when you said he co-signed 35 years.
He did. I got this shit on video. He co-signed. Look, railroaded means the trial, the sentence, the whole shit, bro. BGS agreed with the shit. I got it on video. It's on Charles' channel, but it's already clipped, right? Charles, I don't think you're gonna go back and try to get rid of it. But what I'm saying to you, ABM, what y'all niggas have a habit of doing is anytime somebody point out some inconsistency with this nigga, y'all rush in to defend him. I'm sick of that shit. That's why I don't fuck with this shit no more. Right? At the end of the day, that's what the fuck he said. I have 2 ears. They hear very well and they understand English. I don't care what he said anywhere else. He said that on that stream. Just because he said some other shit later on, it doesn't mean he didn't say that then. It just proves my point that the motherfucker's a flip-flopper. He's been that. If you want to follow that dude to the depths of hell, you're open to do so. I call out bullshit. I've been doing that since I've been here, and I don't care who does it.
Everybody knows.
But hold on, Charles. 1 second. Yeah. I said what I said on Facebook. I didn't lie. You called me a liar. What I said is the truth, and it stands as the truth. I don't care what you heard him say later or anywhere else. So all that defense, and you was there on that stream with us. All that defense, you came straight at me and called me a liar. You didn't say, where did he say that, Marcus? This and that, the other. But you want to say, I'm in my feelings. You came on a post on public Facebook and called me a liar, bro. My name is Keep It 100, bro. Bro, no, it's an insult. It's an insult. You didn't ask me to produce a receipt. You straight up called me a liar because you had to run the defense of your fucking online daddy. I don't care, bro. So, yeah, I'm being disrespectful because you disrespected. Straight up. Now, if you want to debate, now, look, cool. If you want to debate the law part with me, we can go all day, bro. And I promise you, I got what I need on my side with this. I don't care what state or what city that you live in and what you think the law is. I'm gonna tell you what the law is because I know it. I studied it like that man whose channel this is. You're not gonna win that. Now, if you want to insult, I can be petty. If you want to talk debate, we can do that. But what I'm telling you is, don't come out and call me a liar because I'm gonna shoot back, bro. Stop running into bullets for this old man. It never serves y'all. That's why this shit is fucked up now because of this fucking geriatric motherfucker.
We to do this debate.
Hold on. I just want to know what a debate is because everybody knows. And my channel,
Charles, I'll set it up with you. I'll set it up with you, Charles. We can do that. We can do it right here. I don't do YouTube no more because the shit got corny. So yeah, I'll be a guest on your shit.
I'll talk to AB when he's ready.
And AB,
when he's ready.
Let me say this. Let me say this. AB, me and you ain't never had no issue before this, bro. But you just jumped out. You jumped out the wall on that one, bro. And you wrong for that.
I ain't trying to disrespect.
Nah, you did not. Nah, but you did that, bro.
Okay. You keep it in your feelings then.
See what I'm saying? He ain't man enough to apologize and own it.
Cussing and being all
but bro, you came at me, so now I'm in my feelings, bro. You and your bitch ass protect your daddy feelings, nigga.
Oh, blah blah blah.
Now you came at me, I'm coming at you. You and your feelings, nigga. No. I ain't never have a problem, bro. You ain't have no cause to come at me the way you did, but you did because you got in your feelings that I said the words BGS, nigga. So you got in your feelings and you jumped out the wall at me. So now I'm on your ass, and now you want to tell me I'm in my feelings? No, nigga.
Okay,
this is retaliation. So then be wrong. Be a man and be wrong, nigga. You initiated this shit. Be wrong, nigga.
Because I gotta address something real quick. Number one, I'm gonna say this, Andre. My channel since A1 day one been about multifaceted men and women of the black community, has it not? Everybody on this panel.
True.
Right, wrong, or fucking. I have never. If a motherfucker tell me I'm wrong and prove me that I'm wrong, I will physically and virtually shake your hand. Would I not? See, a lot of you motherfuckers forget. What a lot of motherfucking content creators are scared shitless of Cynthia G. I want to debate with her with one phrase. Well, bitch, what's the opposite of a beta male coon? Well, you talking to him.
That was the one question, and then she just shut down right then and there.
So, first and foremost, I'm a man. I literally hold in my nuts. I don't mind debates because guess what? Debates actually made this fucking sector grow because it showed our intellectual prowess.
It depends on who's being debated against, man.
Yeah,
I see.
Too.
All right,
because hold on, fellas. Guess what? There's many of people who debated me through the years on my channel alone who didn't agree with me. That's okay because it's a debate. We don't always have to see a grown man. First and foremost, there's times when me and BGS disagree about gun control. Okay, yeah. Remember that?
I don't always agree with BGS on stuff. Come on, man. It's not.
There's times I'm one of the biggest motherfuckers who debate him on shit like that. And this is the thing: if Marcus and AB want to have a debate, I say go for it because it's about time we have a good old fashioned, old school cookout Black Manosphere debate.
No, debate is fine, but don't come out. Yeah, but don't come out your face at me, bro. Because y'all know how I stay, bro. Don't come out your face at me, bro. If you jumped on my shit with a different type of energy, man, we could have had the back and forth. But y'all niggas get so triggered when the fuck BGS name is mentioned. And that's, hey, Charles, man. Mm-hmm. You know, over the years, and all my fucking videos are still up. Me and BGS have debated on panels. Okay, yeah. On panels live and kept it G, but them niggas made it out to be, oh, you being disrespectful. And them niggas made it out. Niggas don't like being proven wrong, like, and especially in front of the wrong motherfuckers, man.
That's what Uru had a back and forth, and it is still friendly. That's how debates are supposed to be.
Yes.
Guess what?
Well,
Listen,
I would,
I've debated
I would
Uru
like to
too.
see- I would like to see the debate because I think BGS was wrong as two left goddamn shoes on that issue.
Yeah, but
So I
no,
would
who say
definitely
it?
like to see that issue.
But who say it though? See, my thing is the difference is
I'm saying it now. I said it to him.
Okay,
when we
you're
was on
saying-
Charles' channel last time.
listen,
Now,
man.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this to verify Black Uber. And through the years, there have been some heated shit between him and the BGS.
It happened on my
Yeah, that's
channel.
true.
I'm aware. They went at it on my channel like Felix Unger and Oscar Madison on my shit famously. My point is this though, bro.
And
Again.
look, yeah, and you're not trying to hear me. All I said was, only thing I said to you, I wasn't trying to call you a liar or like that. Like you always lie.
Was
on
you
BGS
trying
all the time. Hold on, come on, wait a minute. Let me finish. I've let you talk. Man. Come on. The only thing I said was he did not say he said on other panels that 35 years was too much.
Bro, I don't care what he said on other panels. He defended it on Charles's channel. So that means the motherfucker's talking out both sides of his face.
Okay.
That's what that means. Now, does that trigger you also? Or am I in my feelings again? You came to my shit and said, Marcus, you're lying.
You thought it
In
was me
plain-
over the way you acting though.
No,
It's just-
fam.
you trying to say some shit.
Fam, listen. In plain English, you
Oh,
came to
don't fan me, mama boy.
Hold on, let him. God damn it, let him finish.
Yo, let him
Somebody
finish,
else take
yo.
the turn.
Goddamn, bro.
Wait, 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 wait.
Grown ass man, bro. Let him
Fuck this
talk.
guy, boy. He disrespectful as hell, bro.
Hey,
Alright,
hey,
alright,
hey,
bro.
hey,
You can have a
Who's
conversation,
talking?
bro. The fuck?
Tell me who I need to
Hey.
address. Tell me
Hey.
who I need to address. I'm
Oh,
talking
you
AB.
Number one, Marcus finished his statement.
Okay.
Who's next? Who's next?
Who else is talking, bro? What it got to do with you? I'm talking to that man. That man came to
And
my
I'm talking
Facebook
to you,
page.
nigga. What you saying?
I don't give a fuck, bro.
And I don't give a fuck, man.
Hold on,
What you
hold
gonna
on,
do about it?
hold on,
Niggas is hard over the
hold on,
internet.
hold on, hold on, hold on. We
Niggas
gotta go
hard
to
over the
the
internet. This
Hold
that
on.
hard.
By the power of Grayskull. By the power of Grayskull.
All right, we got. This is the reason why we can sing together. We can't speak together. Go ahead, finish your statement, Marcus.
Like I was saying, that man came to my page. You came to my page. You telling me what you wasn't trying to say. That's what you said, bro. So don't tell me when I respond to you how to respond to you, and that I'm in my feelings responding to you. That's what I'm saying to you. So when you tell me I'm lying, what first thing I do is I run and get the thing that supports what I'm saying. You call me a liar. I ain't never come to this shit lying, bro. Everything that I say, I can back up, bro. Whether it's him, whether it's Green Gorilla, any of these niggas that I had an issue with in the space. So before y'all be jumping out of y'all costumes to defend this old man all the fucking time, and when y'all say it's cool to disagree and debate, it's really politics behind that. It depends on who do it, who's being debated against, and if you're right or wrong. It's cool to disagree with BGS. It ain't really legal to prove him wrong or to call him out for his bullshit. We know this to be fucking true. Okay? And that go for anybody. So, bro, I said that on my Facebook page. I didn't even say that on a YouTube stream, and your ass came right out on some Mighty Mouse shit and did what you did, bro. And you won't hold on. And you won't even own the shit, which makes me talk even more crazy.
I did call you a liar. I'm not denying that. But you acting like you're lying about everything. Like I'm saying you're lying about everything.
Bro, you said I was lying about what he said. I ain't talking about nothing else. I'm talking about what I said he said. That's what the post was. You said I was lying on him. He didn't say that. Like y'all always do. You ain't say that, Marcus. You misunderstood.
And I watched part of that video. He wasn't okay. I'll watch the rest of the video because I did.
You want I got a clip for you. I'll save you the time. I'll save you the time, bro. I got it clip. That's what I do. Y'all know that's what I do. So when you hear me say somebody said some shit, think first, bro. Before you jump out the wall like the Kool-Aid man. Think first. If this nigga saying it, maybe he got something. Show me, Marcus. Prove to me what you saying. Ask me first. If there's respect there, don't just jump out and call me no liar. And for whoever else was talking, suck a mean dick, bro. I don't even know who was running their mouth. But suck a mean dick.
What happened,
Straight
Marcus? That was mellow because he was like telling everybody else, let the man finish. So he was like saying, let you finish your statement because somebody
I
jumped
thought
in.
somebody was trying to
bro, I called it straight. I'm on your side. What the fuck?
I'm sorry, man. I thought somebody was coming at me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, yo, bro. I'm just responding to disrespect with disrespect. But Mello, my bad, bro.
No, we
if,
good.
If that's what it
you
was.
said it once, bro. I heard you. We good.
Yeah. See, hey, AB, you see how easy it is to say my bad? You wrong, fam. That's how easy it is. Mello, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. No disrespect, sir. Easy. But I'm the villain. You on here telling me I'm in my feelings. You doubling down.
You know what?
Just make sure when this debate happen, you come with your A fucking game, bro. Hey, Charles, I'm out of here. I gotta roll. Come with your A game.
All right, man.
Come with your A game. Know what the fuck you talking about because it ain't gonna be no rage quit, none of that gay shit. Come with your A game. Peace out, niggas.
All right. So whenever y'all want to start it up, let me know. Y'all got my numbers. You got my. I'm down for a good old fashioned debate because this is my thing. I think the manosphere was at its brightest and best when niggas came with that intellectual prowess. This is when a lot of names were built. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
People forget. Whether you fuck with them, whether if you don't fuck with them, that's when Cerulean, Angry Man, BGS, Marcus, Grinch, myself, AB, and others will go to other people's panels to debate them. Hell, for many a moons, I was deterred at Flaps of the Night for fucking for Mary Brown. See, I don't mind it. As you seen with me and Black Uber, do I think the young man was railroaded? Of course he was railroaded. You're a black man in America.
Well,
you was sin just being born black and male. Go ahead, Zulu.
It seems like Zulu got something to say. You got something to say. Go ahead. Usual. Does Usual have something to say? Or
I don't know. Somebody has something to say.
oh well, what I was gonna say. I wish Marcus were still here. It seems like he's debating two different issues. One is the Carmelo thing, and the other is this, alleged over allegiance to BGS. So hopefully, if and when y'all have that debate, y'all could kind of keep those two separate because I think those are two.
I hope so. I'm gonna try my best because I'm gonna have ABM to actually help me moderate. So, and he's pretty good at that because ABM is he's a Baltimorean like me. We keep it straight up. Baltimoreans, you know if we like you, you know if we don't like you. We're not phony motherfuckers. That's the one thing Uru and anybody will tell you. I'm not a phony motherfucker.
I
don't do that.
No, I'll enjoy seeing it, but no, I could not be an objective judge of it because I'm firmly on the side of
because believe it or not, I'm heartbroken about the shit. I am very heartbroken because like I am, I'm a father just like you, not as long as you,
Yeah.
and
But
that
you
will
do
break
have a
our
son.
hearts.
I don't have a son. I can't only imagine if I had a son caught up in a situation like that and being just
Yeah,
so totally helpless. I can't.
and I'm gonna tell you, there's shit that I do as a father that I laugh at. Like I didn't even tell you about Peanut. Peanut saw four to six guys jump on his friend right out of school. Guess what the honorable thing Peanut did? He jumped in it.
Saved his friend. Jumped in, saved his friend.
Guess what happened the next day? Instead of 4 to 6 motherfuckers, they brought 40.
Yeah. Yep.
My ignorant black Baltimorean ass was laughing my black ass off. I was like, kid, how many did you lock out?
Right.
Because he boxes. He's a pretty good boxer. So as the administrator of the school, like he's such a gentle giant. But boy, if you fight him, he got hands like a Baptist preacher laying them on you.
They'll drop you in a heartbeat.
I mean, I've seen him.
He got that one punch knockout. Wait, he's got that one punch knockout, right?
Oh yeah, he got his daddy's athletic ability.
Yeah.
And then now he's taking jiu-jitsu too. Jiu-jitsu
with fuck that. No. I don't think that jiu-jitsu is good for him. I would say also try, if he's going to take jiu-jitsu, he should also take judo and Russian sambo, so he can have the complete.
Well,
and maybe aikido.
I met the
point of the story
I met his
is
instructor.
Peanut little ass got mittens. It don't matter what he takes. That little nigga can fight.
Yeah, he can fight his ass off. It's the Faulkner fighting
He ain't
family.
he ain't little. Mello, you seen this motherfucker? He ain't little.
Man,
you know he
he
got
little to
bigger.
me. That's my little brother. That's a little nigga.
Even though he's 6'2" now.
Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Mello, how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Let me tell you something. I got two younger brothers. Now I'm 6'3".
Mm-hmm.
The younger one, my younger brother, he's 5'10". The baby is 6'2". The baby is 6'2".
I mean,
my point is this: he can be your little brother, but he can still look down on you and bust your bust your balls.
That's cool.
For the height and everything.
He can have all that. He's still my little brother because at the end of the day, like I'm not disagreeing with you. Let's get it out of the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
End of the day, I'm gonna look at him as my little brother. If he needs something, bro, I got you. Because at the end of the day, it's what a big brother's supposed to do. You get what I'm saying?
I know that. I do that with him.
I know the little nigga got mittens, but what I'm saying is
mittens. He's got catcher's gloves. He got Super Bowls now.
Look, whatever the fuck he got.
Wait, can you box?
Lose or draw?
Can you box
I'm
as
still
well?
put them bitches back up with him. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, you better know how to fight.
I'm in a goddamn military. I kind of have to. It's the job.
Mm-hmm. We've all been there. But Peanut, congrats on his graduation. Has he decided on a school where he's gonna enroll next year?
Well, probably EMT, maybe join the fire academy. I'm trying to get
college?
Possibly, at least get his paramedic.
He can always take course while he's working. While he's doing all that, he can also do course ref if not. Like online degrees or something like that.
Sleep the leg. Well, we got options. We're gonna talk. I'm letting him enjoy his summer for now. I'm giving him the grace I didn't get when I graduate because I went straight into basic training a week later.
At least he doesn't need that. Yeah. At least he didn't need daddy to co-sign shit.
Oh, the pussy! I missed that.
Thank you for your sacrifice. Look, Charles. A lot of players that summer they would probably look at you and say, "Thank you for your sacrifice, man." I'm sure your boys were probably saying, "Thank you for your sacrifice, Charles."
Yeah, it's funny because there would have been a lot of broken heart bitches and a lot of niggas hating me. Shit.
If you were absent that year, but you were out. You were out like you had a torn ACL.
Mm-hmm.
You were out like you had a
I'm not gonna lie to you.
season-ending injury.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh,
It was this one girl. She had She had natural gray eyes. Short little
oh.
motherfucker, like 4'10", thick as
You
grandma's
kidding?
cornbread. Thick as cornbread made out of a skillet. You know that type of cornbread, don't you, Uber? Oh, I should
Give
have
him a
got her
minute.
pregnant. I should have
No,
got
give
her
him a minute. I think he's enjoying a pop pie right now.
I should have got
He's enjoying a
her
pop pie.
Fucking hilarious.
Mellow.
I forgot about the pop
I
pies,
ain't gonna
man.
lie to you. If there was one time I tried to purposely get a chick pregnant, I should have got her pregnant. God dang. Natural gray
yeah.
eyes. Oh, I want to see how many kids we can make with those.
And 4'10"? Oh goddamn. Y'all babies would have been no taller than 5'8".
Damn.
Well, they would have been powerful.
Yeah, they would have. No, they would have been like little. They would have been like a bunch of Chad Gables up in there, but built built. But they were built like Shelton Benjamin.
Powerful as a motherfucker. Like motherfuckers be climbing. It's kind of funny because, like I said before, and this is the reason why I'm a big believer. And Uber's the same age bracket as my parents. Back in the day, motherfuckers went hands. Like even in me and even though me and Nate, me and ABM are the same age bracket.
Yeah, 82 babies.
You know, he's 81.
Who else in there?
He's 81. We're 82.
Mm-hmm.
So niggas use their hands.
Inspired Truth is 82. January.
Yeah. We used our hands.
Yeah, we all had to use our hands. We had to fight because that was how we had to protect ourselves.
Well, I use my hands and I use my throws too. Fuck it, I'm a cheat.
Yeah. Grab ankles.
It was also a way.
Slam.
It was also a way to prove your manhood.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost kind of like a rite of passage. You had to fight. At some point, all the other boys in the neighborhood wanted to see you fight.
Yeah, they
just wanted to see what you was capable of.
If they could trust you.
And if you gonna bitch out, then hey, we can't have him around because what use is it?
Yeah.
That's no offense, but you can't run with us.
Yeah.
And then some way along the line, it turned into guns, and you know what I mean? You know.
Yeah.
The new generation just went to guns. They don't fight no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You remember that scene? Y'all remember that scene from hold on a second. Y'all remember that scene from Friday where go ahead. Go ahead.
It gets back, and I'm glad you mentioned that about the pop scene.
Mm-hmm.
When we live to fight another day. And Mello, because what's she like 22 now?
I turned 23 in October.
23.
Oh, congratulations!
So you're much closer to give you a closer aspect in the Carmelo Anthony mindset. Even you, when you got to the Army, you said, "Fuck it, I got to get these hands right."
Yeah, went straight to a boxing gym.
In that boxing gym, when you get your first correct punch, boom,
that shit hurt.
Shit.
It's like the first time I got thrown correctly in wrestling. I told you the story. I got thrown so hard by my coach's son, who was a fully adult man in his late 30s.
Larry Brown Jr.
Threw me so hard the capillaries in my mouth burst. Imagine bleeding with no open wound.
And you could taste your own blood and everything.
But guess what he taught me? He taught me how to reverse that shit when he went for it. He got me a couple more times, but when I reversed it, boom! He says, "Now you're learning." He's like, "Ow!" But this is the point that I make it is that maybe because I'm conflicted. I have nothing but my heart to give and my soul to give to Carmelo. And I know these niggas are bigger than you. I fought niggas big, ass whoopings or not. I said this many of times on the show. If it happened in the streets and he had to stab one of them honkies, excuse me, white boys.
This is Texas we're talking about, so you know they're not just gonna let that slide.
You on the
They gonna come
street,
back. They gonna come. Yeah.
I have no problem with that. But at a
Mm-hmm.
school function, you know they're gonna hammer you. You know they're gonna throw the book at your black ass. And this is why I go out of my way talking to black kids. I had a guy on a call, midnight shift, 1 o'clock in the morning. From his left jaw to the bottom of his jaw, there was a hole, a bullet hole.
Oh yeah,
He
you
got
told the story.
shot in the forearm. I'm surprised this motherfucker was conscious and talking to me, and he told me everything that happened. My sergeant and the detectives was so surprised on how functional we were that I had, okay, you do the knocking, you two do the knocking talks. You got this block, you got that block. Okay, you go around, search for shell casings. All right, you follow the victim. And by the time my sergeant and the detectives got, they like, what we got? Oh, we already got it for you. And my heart of hearts is this. I wish niggas would go back to the days of throwing hands. We live longer. Everybody wants to see the Michael movie, but the most profound moment of Joe Jackson, when those boys in the miniseries were chasing his son, I forget which son. And he said, y'all two want to fight, right? And he got the gloves out. What was the most manly and fatherly thing that he did when the mother came? He grabbed the mother and he said he got to earn his respect. I forget what her name is. Mike's Catherine. He like Catherine. He got to earn his respect.
You remember? No, I got a better example.
No, that's a great
Friday
example.
again.
That's a great example.
Friday?
You know why? Because he ended up knocking that motherfucker out. And he looked direct. And who was the first person? I forget which son was fighting. Who's the motherfucker he looked at first when he knocked the boy out? He looked at his father dead in the eye, and his father was so proud of him. People forget Michael Jackson whipped Tupac's ass.
Because Pac, especially if you know the story that would happen. Understand? Michael grew up in a house. 9 kids.
Number one, ain't no punks raised under Joe Jackson's roof.
No, ain't no punks. On top of that, this is back when Pac was dating one of Berry Gordy's daughters, right? Pac said something to her. Michael showed up and said, "Yo, Pac, you better watch how you talk, how you treat her, right? That daughter, that's my goddaughter." He looked at and Pac is not a big man. Pac was 5'7". Michael was like around the same height, right? And Pac was like, "Yo, Mike, 5'9", sorry, 5'9". But he's like, "Mike, mind your motherfucking business." Mike is a boomer, late 50s boomer. Pac is an early 70s Gen Xer, and you should have known, like, don't let the light skin and the and the very effeminate thing fool you. This nigga will fuck you up. He's from Gary, Indiana. What's his name? No, you remember Jay Sean? Jay Sean, I remember Jay Sean once said this because when we had that one discussion one time about a few years ago on your panel, we were talking, and Snowman was talking about how he was living in Guinea.
Jay Sean owed me a real conversation because there's some filthy shit that he said. I still love you, Jay Sean, but you owe me a real one.
All right. I understand.
Especially saying that I'm okay with certain shit because, first of all, I'm not a hard man to reach to get just like Uber, he might be 60 something, but at least he manned up to question me and I gave him the right answers, right? But what I said, whether he agreed with it or not. You can't help but to respect a man. Just like he respects me. Guess what? I told people it's hard. I have all the heart for him, but you fucked up. Do I think you need 35 years? No, you need 5 to 10. We need to rehabilitate and get you back to the college point. Because a brain like yours is a fucking waste to society. Stop treating every goddamn black boy and black man to get arrested like they a waste. Because some of our, guess what? There was a guy who was a pimp, a drug dealer, a pusher, a muscle man. Would you say we should just throw that man to the fucking wolves and let him go far? So every time I talk about that man, how much do you love Malcolm X? Oh, I love him. That's what I'm talking about, you dumb nigga. See how shit changes?
We watched Michael Jackson going back to the 60s. All of the coordination and dance. Man, Tupac didn't have a chance against Mike. We saw how fast and coordinated Mike was. He didn't have a chance. He got hit 5 or 6 times before he even knew he got hit. He didn't have a chance against Mike. We saw all them leg kicks that Mike was doing, all them spinning. Man, Tupac did not have a chance.
And that should surprise nobody. All you got to do is go look at the practice video of the tour Michael Jackson was going to go on before he died. He do that and lost a step. So I'm not.
No, Mike was a physical marvel. He was a physical marvel.
That motherfucker had Lou Ferrigno as a personal trainer to get ready for those concerts. If you could train with Lou, and by the way, Lou should have beat fucking Schwarzenegger. He was wrong. And I told him that when I met him.
Yeah, I always thought that they gave Schwarzenegger a couple of those because he fit that sort of image, the ultimate white man image. Yeah.
Hey, so speaking of the movie, isn't the movie the highest grossing biop movie?
Yeah,
it's over $1 billion.
That's gotta be around there. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they say he beat out Freddie Mercury's.
Yep. It's Michael
That was
Jackson.
Bohemian Rhapsody and everything. Yeah. Bohemian Rhapsody wasn't exactly a biopic of Freddie Mercury. That was more of Queen. It's the group itself.
Which Queen without Freddie Mercury? A bunch of jacks.
we saw that after he died, so obviously, yeah.
There was a bunch of jacks because guess what? Niggas still singing "Here We Are Born." Guess what? It wouldn't be.
We are the champions. We will rock you. We will rock you.
What the fuck is Queen without Freddie Mercury? That's like what's Earth, Wind and Fire without Philip Bailey? What's
Morris Williams?
What's Maze without Frankie Beverly?
Another one bites the dust, baby.
Another one bites the dust. So you want to talk about it? By the way, I forgot this shit, right? That black men are homophobic. But guess what? Black men love Luther.
And Luther was gay as the night was long.
So, but guess what? We always called homophobic. But how many of the women in our community are homophobic more than us?
Everybody loved Luther.
Exactly.
That's why they still protect him to this day.
So when I go to BlurCon, and Mello would tell you because he worked for me, how many gay people did we see at BlurCon?
Bro, I bullshit you not. I remember me and Turtle came up the hallway from the room trying to go downstairs and go to one of our after parties. I swear to God, 3 niggas just in the hallway, just doing their little shit, and I'm just like, oh my God.
But the gay people were cool, weren't they?
No, they were funny as shit.
Funny as shit. Cool. Never try. If you weren't into their shit, they wouldn't bother you. I had to give a couple of them, pounds. Be like, yo, when the dude gender bend Jubilee, that costume was tough. Huh?
They had some dope ass fits. I remember it was this one dude I came across. He had I think he was cosplaying Bishop.
Yeah.
And the
Oh,
dude he was with had Colossus with him. I was like, I had to respect it. It was a dope ass costume. I'm like,
Yo,
Bishop, one of my favorite X-Men.
but did you see that chick?
That's what pisses me off when you hear these people get online and talk about black men and homophobia, because it's a flat out lie. Straight black men avoid gays, really.
Yeah. And if you cool as a gay person, we give you your respect. But do you remember that chick who played Bishop? The chick who cosplayed as Bishop? God damn, she was fine. Thick as
Bro,
a
it was one that
fucking-
cosplayed Bishop. There was one that cosplayed Storm. One that cosplayed Jean Grey. I think it was
Thick
all the
as
same
a-
chick.
thick as a motherfucker. I mean, I accidentally
How
put my
tall?
cup on the table, and I didn't realize it was her ass. And I was like, "Well, where'd my cup go? Oh shit, give me that shit back."
Who said how tall?
How tall was she? How tall was
She was
she?
about like 5'4", 5'5".
All ass.
And thick and that. Oh shit!
Thicker than
Boy,
German.
let me tell you.
Thicker than German goulash. God damn. I was like, yo. I mean,
I don't.
Make you want cosplay as James. Make you want cosplay as James Brown sing "Sex Machine" right then and there.
I was about to tell her. I
they
said,
wanted to-
I thought. Go ahead, Uber.
I mean, they wanted to make us gay. They wanted to make us queer, and so they concocted this argument that
Oh, shit,
that
where
we
you go?
were all.
What the fuck happened?
He'll be back. Technical
They
difficulties.
concocted this phony argument that we were homophobic when what they were trying to do
Mhm.
is to make us feel compelled to defend and even engage in things that the majority of us weren't interested in doing and engaging in. And I think they also probably believed that if they could turn a critical mass of us, then you could help that would effectively normalize it throughout the country because of the particular cultural gravity that Black American men have. So I think they were hoping to turn us sufficiently to a way and then use it as a broader marketing tool for the society overall.
I can imagine that. I mean, the 1980s was pretty, the era of the androgyny. Like people talked about where how did Michael swing or Prince.
I mean, it might have. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I would say it would have worked, but I think I definitely think AIDS and HIV was a hiccup in it because of the particular hysteria associated with not just obviously getting sick and dying itself, but there's somewhat extreme connection between it and that lifestyle and culture and whatever. So,
And the fucked up part about it was, it wasn't us; it was white men.
White
and
dudes,
and then you find out the biggest majority of LGBT and Black community, 64% of Black women claim to be bisexual.
And here's the thing about that.
And the LGBT, I'm not going to say that's all the Black women, but possibly. There's not a Black woman I found that didn't have a homosexual experience. So I'll just put it like that.
Yeah, that's why I say that when you hear people talking about black men, it's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Straight black men go out of their fucking way to avoid gays. Because you don't want that stigma on you. You know how niggas is.
Yeah.
Always gotta protect your masculinity at all costs.
So when you see some gay dude, you see some gay dude with a TikTok talking about, they was uncomfortable in the barbershop. That's all a bunch of performative bullshit. Like, nigga, shut up.
You know how many times we laughing off the motherfuckers? Let me put it to you this way. Right? You know a cool ass gay dude that put you on with some bitches before.
Shit.
I know. There was a cool ass gay dude. Hey, this my man's here. He a good dude. Thank you. So
Hey,
with the
gay and lesbian homies will gay and lesbian friends will hook you up with some tight, straight chicks or
and
switch hitters.
last time I checked, studs love me. Giggity.
Well, you are a
Alright.
stud muffin.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
point. Why?
fucking
Wait a minute.
crazy.
So why is it that the gay males feel so afraid around straight males, but the studs don't have a problem?
Hey, I've
You
been
never
laying
see
pipe.
studs making that video.
Hey, I've been laying pipe to late 20 studs all this year. Good God Almighty.
Nigga, you've been playing more pipe than most plumbers in Baltimore.
The Mario Brothers ain't got shit on me.
Hey, it's me, I'm Mario.
It's
I mean,
me, Mario.
so I'm just wondering, where does all this homo? But yet, you got gay best friends, but when we do something you don't like or approve of, we're gay. Oh, this nigga wash his ass, he gay. This nigga cleans his clothes, he gay.
He didn't pull it. He didn't back into the parking space. He gay.
Yeah, stupid shit. But yet,
shit.
When men convert, oh, you want to hang around nothing but your homeboys, you gay. No.
How is that gay? How is hanging with your friends doing stuff, like guys do, gay? How is
because they don't like not being the center of attention.
Thank you.
Good answer.
Because like y'all was talking about earlier, there's a pussy work. And y'all hear me? Y'all, I say it all the time. There's a pussy worship in the black community.
Yes, unfortunately.
So when you see some dudes and it's just them and nobody's paying you any mind, you're a woman, nobody's looking your direction. Oh, these niggas must be gay. That's the mentality in the black community. Pussy has to be the number one agenda at all times. The very women who think like that will then make a TikTok. Oh, you niggas don't build. Black men don't build because you keep telling black men that you're number one. You don't tell you don't teach black boys to build shit. You teach black boys to worship pussy. It starts with worshiping your mother.
Yeah, but
I mean, most boys.
Meanwhile, like Charles just said, 64% of black women identify as having some sort of gay or bisexual experience. Why is gay okay when you're a woman?
But
when you bitches go to the club and y'all want to grab and feel on each other and shit, you don't see men doing that shit. You don't even see gay dudes doing that.
Right.
That's some shit only you women do. So you don't really have a problem with gay. You just don't know what else to say when a black man is not paying you any mind.
But yet, how many times have black men build shit? But yet, black men usually build shit when we're fucking by ourselves, because most men build before they have families, before they have wives. Hell, most of the time, black men, I bet you any type of research, every man did his best building before he got involved with a female. Because why? Uber and ABM are married, they'll tell you, black men build better and faster before families come, because families, children and wives slow you down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let me bring it up
I
an example.
I don't entirely agree with that. I think how the woman was raised, how and whom she was raised will dictate that. My wife has been over the years very had very positive influence in my business activity.
But see,
she was getting business for me even before we got married. But she was raised by a father who she loved and was a very productive man economically, made his own way, and she came up in an environment in which women were supposed to support the men. So Look, ideally, in a community of productive people, if the women are not in a community of productive people, if the women are not helping men to quote build, what the fuck are they doing? Where are they? What are they doing?
Fucking off.
So
Because
I mean, I think unfortunately, Charles, you're citing a condition that many men have adapted to, but it is not optimal. And if you look throughout the world, you don't have this weird separation of building between men and women. That's not how families and communities and schools and businesses are built. Not at all.
because what happens is men have to go through a journey at some point, right? And sometimes as a man, the journey is lonely. Okay?
Yeah.
Most of that journey, especially in your early years, 18, 19, 20, 21, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're
Right.
not, you got to build yourself to become a family man. And
But
what
that is
happens,
new, though. That is
and,
new.
that
That
is
is new
new
because
relative.
historically, young people got together and they built together. They built the family store together. They, whatever, or if they were employed, he was employed and she supported the home. They built together. It wasn't this, I got to get to some point of economic comfort and then go get a wife. That's not the history of most community of people building together, because again, you have to ask yourself the question, while you're doing this quote building, where the hell is she? What the hell is she doing in this 5 or 10 year period while you're building? And
This is
because
the point, Charles.
if she's not with you, Charles, then what is she accumulating in a way that's going to be of value to you once you get with her? All she's doing is clocking years and whatever, in which she's going to be less likely to be valuable to you.
You got to think about it, right? I'll give you the last 40 to 50 years, right? 40 to 50. Historically, a woman had to be bonded to that man. Now, the woman's bonded to the system. Where women back in the day had a duty to the marriage. They don't have a duty to even their children anymore, because children are looked at as accessories, not something you could cultivate. Can we agree?
Yes.
Correct.
Agreed.
So when you have the outlook of the women change, because there's a reason why, and I said this in one of my earliest shows years ago, there's a reason why they pick single mother epidemic versus single father. Why? Because women are more likely for suggestive psychological ploys. They live almost in a hive mind where men can literally separate themselves from the pack and say, hey, I want to marry this woman, regardless of what my friends think or not. So when it comes to women, they're more bounded by the environment than men are. Studies have proven that. You put everybody on this panel in chat in a fucking forest. In 2 or 3 days, guess what we doing? We're building fucking cabins and houses. In a month, we're gonna figure out how to put the fucking Wi-Fi on. Women are subjective to many things. The saddest part is that women thought they could live without having men. And what has society taught them? Society has taught them that, guess what? You're only as good as the men are. And if you're not raising the men,
I'm
or
not
if the
sure
men,
the majority of women, I think black women believe that. I don't know if other women genuinely ever really believe that.
they're
I've never
starting
gotten
to.
the sense. Well, I mean, because for other women, it's very practical. You know, it's a lot of things. You know, money. You know, school systems. The best houses in the best communities. You know, that shit costs a lot of money for white people. The majority of white bitches cannot afford that on their own. They can't. White life is very expensive. Very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And ain't too many of them earn enough to afford that life on their own. Not that many of them.
And what are they learning? Who's the fastest demographics of homeless people?
I don't know who are. I don't know.
Black single mothers.
Oh well, you know, I believe that. I definitely believe that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, you know,
Definitely
you're
believe
seeing a lot of these women living in cars.
that. Yeah, and it's only going to get worse as the years
Unfortunately.
go by.
What happens when you don't see your men as useful? What's up, Jesse? Don't forget to hit the everybody hit the cash app, because your boy been in fucking jail longer than anybody.
Mm-hmm. Been in jail forever.
Oh yeah. Guess what? I'm selling cigarettes just to make it.
It's funny.
Jess has been a lot. What are you talking about?
Now, when you look at it, I've said it earlier, you've only made it, and you only can be respected as the amount of violence and respect your men can produce. If they can't do it, you don't get the respect.
Yeah, look, it's
Go ahead.
a high cost for black men to engage in a certain level of violence. And you know, we kind of built up a structure and made a huge investment, which is kind of ironic in a way, Charles, given your profession, your law enforcement, and not a critique of that, but you know, ironically, in order for us to be able to mete out that level of aggression, we'd have to be able to kill off a lot of people wearing uniforms. Like real talk. Because the first thing that's going to happen when, you know, certain things start going down, we're going to be dealing with cops and troopers and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not advocating for violence. I'm just saying the dilemma that black men have always had. I mean, certainly the Panthers and various other resistant groups over the years, the dilemma they always had was, you know, we're going to defend ourselves. And these people made you pay a healthy price. See, America has made black men pay a healthy price very often when they attempted to defend themselves and attempted to present themselves as defending themselves. I mean, you know, it changed gun laws in this country when black people decided they wanted to defend themselves. You know that I mean, the gun control laws in this country are mostly about them niggas are getting too many guns. So I mean, even just the whole setup here is such that I mean, the way you would have to even like train and be able to organize would have to be very kind of clandestine and
I mean, we did it for
almost
decades.
counterintelligence. You know, it would have to be very because the moment it's evident what you're doing, the sabotage is inevitable, or the attempt at sabotage is inevitable, which is
We did it for
again what happened with the Panthers and all of that.
we did it for decades. Look at the deacons of defense. Look at the people who follow Garvey. Those are military veterans.
Where are those groups now? Where are all those groups now?
They died off.
The best dustpan of history.
And here's the crazy part about it.
It's not a coincidence that they came quite gloriously and then became a part of history. It's not it wasn't just that folks got old and died off. No, it was a whole lot of guys got never saw daylight in Angola and these places as a result of
Of course, because you got to think about it, right? You're at a different part of America, right? Different point of history. Why is it a lot of white boys going to the military as it used to be? Who's more susceptible? Who was more susceptible to this feminism shit, male-wise? It was white boys. They try to make black men the the face of homosexuality, but it's never been us. Why do you think white women can't find men? Well, they find men who are straight, but they're soy boys.
Yeah, but white guys are so. I mean, let's be real. Even if I would say probably most white guys have probably done some sword swapping or whatever. I don't think it means that much of a big deal to white women. They're kind of there's a certain threshold of degeneracy or whatever that they're just much more amendable to, just in their basic way of living. Where you can have a whole community, of white people where it's a lot of cousin fucking, so to speak. It's just it's a level of degeneracy amongst many of them that is acceptable or just tolerated, or
it's cultural.
Yeah, I don't really know how to what's the proper verb for it, but a white woman will know that her husband or whatever has taken it from the backside, and that won't be a deal breaker in a marriage. That'd be like, oh, they were just in college fooling around, that kind of shit.
And the craziness about it is that black men remind me of the Incredible Hulk. What's the one thing the Hulk always wanted, especially in the early comics? To be left the fuck alone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But what did the government want to do? If we can't weaponize you, we'll destroy you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sound familiar? What happened?
You exist to be a tool of our exploitation. Otherwise, you are an obstacle we must eliminate.
What happened?
If we, because excuse me, what happened? Hulk had to escape, had to flee to someplace else to find safety. If you remember the movie with Edward Norton, he fled down to Brazil, so he was compelled to come back.
Now I don't remember why did he come back. I forget.
And by the way, thank you, Saint, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for the cash apps.
Yeah.
You gotta look at it from status quo.
Mm-hmm.
If we have feminized you, you're not a threat. They know from studies if that boy is raised under his mother, he's not much of a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They know that. Now, what happens when that boy becomes effeminate, demasculated, or emasculated? He's looked at as a joke, lesser than. They could easily push black
Absolutely
boys.
harmless.
They could push black boys into college, which they needed. Even to this day, they need it. Why do you think they got rid of DEI? Because you gave all them white bitches, 85% of DEI went to white bitches. And you're telling me your country regressed when you gave all this women shit? And who is it to blame? It ain't the black man.
Yeah, I'm still iffy on this so-called white male meritocracy, though. I still don't. I don't remember when there was a true meritocracy in this country with white men being on the top of it. I don't recall that era in America.
There's never been that. You don't recall it because it's never been.
Right.
Meritocracy is just some shit they make up.
Right.
Because we're in an era of make-believe in this country. White people do not want, particularly white males, they don't want to, with all this talk about racism and shit, they're just tired of hearing it. They don't want to keep hearing it. So now they want to just rewrite history. It's just it's the American way of doing things. The history they like, they can't wait to tell you about it. The history they don't like, well, we're not going to talk about that. There's never been no fucking meritocracy. America is honestly the same way old school Europe used to be, where you got the kings and queens, and then the lords,
aristocracy,
the feudal lords and shit, and then everybody else is a peasant. Yeah,
the nobility, the church, and then the peasantry.
Yeah,
and then
and the majority is the peasantry. And that's what you have in America.
Technical feudalism.
But every white man wants to pretend that they have something in common with fucking Elon Musk. You don't have nothing in common with him, dude.
Charles, did you ever see the movie? Did any of y'all ever see the movie Sum of All Fears?
Yeah,
I saw it.
I saw it.
Good movie. At the end of the movie, the retribution.
Oh, I remember.
I lately I think a lot about that end of that movie. And I think about it for real reasons. And I wonder if there's going to have to be a similar kind of cleanup in a few years. I just wonder about that.
Well, what do soft men make?
Yeah.
Soft men make hard times. Yeah. What do hard times make?
Hard men.
What do hard men make?
Soft times.
Soft times.
Vicious cycle. The vicious cycle. Yeah.
It's part of the cycle.
Notice they never talked about the women.
Yeah,
Notice
women
they
just
never talked.
become part of
And
the
it's nothing
environment.
against
Maybe.
women. It's just,
Yeah.
it's just part of what it is. And when people get mad about the issues, I'm like, look, why's my son doing this? He doesn't want to do. You made him a junkie to electronic devices.
Yeah.
You
Your
didn't
son,
teach him the value of being responsible, managing your time with certain devices.
your son,
Mm-hmm.
you're upset with him because he can't do 12 push-ups. I want you to think about that. He can't even do 12.
When would he have had to do 12 push-ups?
If he had a father.
Like, I mean, it's so funny because I remember going back to grade school. I mean, we had gym. I mean, we would have push-up and chin-up competitions, man. That was like a huge, that was like a status thing. He did 50 push-ups. He did 55. I mean, I remember being like a status thing.
Women nowadays don't even want a muscular man. They want a skinny dude.
Yeah, it is interesting how they, you like, and what's a good example of it? Like, look at the guys in Hollywood, particularly the white guys in Hollywood. None of they're all kind of these spindly looking, weakling looking dudes.
Mm-hmm. But the women can be big as fuck.
Right. Right. Like I was watching the movie, this I guess it's a parts movie, the Dune, which I enjoyed the 1984 version of that movie back in the day with Sting and them guys. But I was watching this current version of it, and what continued to strike me is how weak and spindly looking the actor is who portrays Paul Atreides. I mean, you would expected them to cast this imposing heroic figure, and back in the day, that's how Hollywood would cast that kind of character, and they cast this guy. He's kind of skinny looking, and he's got and then they pair him with this Zendaya girl who looks to be bigger and taller than him. So it's very weird what they're doing in the image. And yeah, they want. I mean, of course, we've seen what they've done in the MCU and the Lucasfilms. Sort of shamedly. It's almost, I'm sure at this point, George Lucas probably wished they would rename the company. Take his name off the company. So it's this whole kind of refashioning of male female image and stature, and it's very unseemly from my perspective, very unseemly. And it's something that Dr. Tiosan Johnson said, that his son said to him that he had never seen a male, or I guess a boy or a man, win and fight against a girl in any kind of media. If there's ever kind of any sort of exchange between, I guess, a boy and a girl or whatever, movie, TV, maybe even cartoon, I don't know, the girl always wins. I mean, that's some real crazy programming that they're doing. It's very intentional, very, very deliberate programming they're doing. It's got to have an effect, a terrible, terrible effect over time. Where you, I mean, at some point, yeah, the boys are going to start to kind of cower to the girls, just as a kind of a reflex at a certain point. And I'm as I'm saying this, I'm looking at the image of your icon, Charles, and I'm like, you're. I mean, that's becoming a rather, sadly, is becoming a rather dated image of masculinity now. That's a weird kind of place we are in this Western culture, where there is no place for a real, authentic man, much less black men. I mean, God knows, other than this, maybe a few sports figures, although even there aren't as many even authentically masculine black male sports figures as there used to be. And the few there are, they're becoming more and more multicultural in appearance and behavior. They're not even really sort of deeply rooted in blackness, certainly American blackness. So I don't envy you, young men. This is what was the movie No Country for Old Men. This is becoming a country. There's no country for men. Period. No country for men. America has become no country for men. Yeah.
And that's why I say it's not your place to build shit. You hear these chicks talking about a man's supposed to provide and this, that, and the third. I say, no, the fuck we ain't. Because you can't pick and choose what parts of patriarchy and manhood you like. You either want a man or you don't.
Yeah. I mean, what I would hope is that you would figure out where you could go, maybe, where you don't have to be faced with that debate or them being in even the position of making such a ghastly choice. You know, I mean, to a certain degree, certain things women should really not even be in a position to have the choice about. Certain things, just by the place and the status of the men and the greater power and authority of the men, should remove certain destructive options away from women. And unfortunately, this society, of course, encourages and props up those destructive options. But if I were a young man, 30, I guess 5 or more years younger than I currently am, I would hope that I would have been smart enough to set up and arrange and live my life in a way in which I would have the option to live elsewhere and to be able to choose to mate where I could be much more traditionally a man with a woman and family. But it likely would not be here in America, absent some super duper devout, probably even somewhat near cultish religion of some sort, where I guess the women are so deeply plugged in to that particular religion, then that maybe it would flout
the feminist programming, but outside of that in America, yeah, it's not a good. It's not really any good options. Certainly no good long term options. And whatever you set up, things are going to be conspired against you if you don't have the love of her family and friends. I mean, the only chance you have is to have the love of her family and friends. If you have the love of her family and friends, that will put pressure on her to stay and want to try to work things out with you. But very few of us will ever be, very few of you will be in that position with her family in order to make things stick like that over the long term. So you'll be counting the day, the hours or the minutes on the doomsday clock until the whole thing implodes, unfortunately. But you're a man, and men have to build somewhere. We have to make something. We have to have families. We have to have communities. We have to, or our species dies. So it's better to go somewhere else and try to make it than to just allow them to kill you all, which unfortunately, I think that's where many of us are now, where we've accepted the prospects of their choices killing us off.
Well, that women don't have nobody to blame but themselves if that's the case. This is the society that you wanted. You wanted feminism, you got it. Now they're all bitching. You know, Gen Z, they're bitching. Oh, why do I have to work so hard? Oh, I can't afford anything. Hey, you're the ones that say marriage is slavery. You're the generation of women that want to be more manly than the men.
Yeah, but
Women, okay, this is what you have. This is what you wanted. This is what you have.
But if everyone goes extinct, I mean, yeah, okay, you're right. But in the end, if everyone goes extinct, what does it really matter who's right or who's wrong?
No, it doesn't. This is why I say I don't care.
Okay.
I mean, when you talk about multicultural men, I mean, again, so you're saying it yourself. Black men in America, more and more black men are looking to other races of women for cooperation because you don't get it from black women. Well, then you get biracial kids.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, it is what it is.
I'm not condemning. I'm not questioning or condemning those choices. Maybe I'm lamenting the loss of, what used to be to some degree. But yeah, I accept that you have to make some alternative arrangements in order to continue to endure on some level.
If you can't find companionship with women of your race, there's always women of other races. Yes, it's like the movie The Matrix, like The Matrix 2, when he's talking to the architect, and the architect says there's levels of survival we're willing to accept. It's the same thing. There's levels of survival that men in America are willing to accept. If you have to get with a woman of another race, if you got to go overseas or whatever have you, if you just want to be fucking single, I mean, it is what it is.
What men, black, especially black men, choose to do that's fine. Well, unfortunately, what I hear is a lot of brothers just appear to be okay with just going quietly into the night. That's the part that seems a little sad to me.
Because it's too expensive. There's very little incentive for family nowadays. The family courts is rigged against men. So a lot of men do not, these young boys coming up, Gen Z, We all know the stats. Majority of black men don't have children. They don't want kids. You watch your fathers, your uncles get jammed up with child support and all that shit. You don't want to deal with that. So you don't have kids. You don't want to be married and some chick take half your shit. So you stay single. I mean, again, this is the system that the feminists wanted. So now you have that system. A lot of men are saying, screw it. It's just, it's not worth the headache. And you can't blame them. You can't, this isn't a society like other societies around the world where you can force women to do shit. I mean, it's just not like that in the West. You have freedom and all that shit. Okay. Well, freedom has a price like everything else.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. I mean, why fight it? Why argue? Be single, live life, travel, do whatever it is you want to do that you enjoy. And hey, because family is dead. Gen Z don't want family. Hell, look at millennials, especially the black millennial in the black community. There's no real family structure. Half of these motherfuckers don't know who their real fathers are. You don't know your family history, your family tree. Back in the day, grandma used to pull out the family photo album. That's how you knew the family. You don't have that no more. Everybody got their pictures in their phones.
Yeah.
There's no
It's
family.
interesting. It's a lot of pictures being taken today, and which has utterly obliterated the value of pictures. I remember when a picture, when you can look at a picture and you could see a story, you could almost hear a story, behind that. And now you just have a lot of that. You know what you have? You have a whole lot of vanity. When in the past, when pictures were taken, they weren't just, it wasn't all this take a picture of me, look at me. It wasn't a lot of that. Taking a photograph was a commemorative thing, and it was for the benefit of the person who's having the picture taken, and it was for the benefit of it was for the benefit of the person who's being photographed. It was been a benefit of the person who was taking the photograph, but more importantly, it was for the benefit of the people who was going to look at that photograph when you were gone. That's what it was. And that you don't get the sense at all that billions of photographs are taken a day, basically, like literally. And there's nothing commemorative about any of it. Like it's just all vanity.
Like you said, a picture used to be about the family photo album. Now pictures are about likes on Instagram. How many likes can it get?
Yes.
How many clicks can it get? Vanity, ego. Everybody wants to be the bad bitch.
You know what? It's almost like, in a way, it's kind of like sex in the way where in the past, you get married and you have sex and you have this relationship. And now, people just have sex for any assortment reasons and circumstances. So it's kind of analogous with the photos, where the photos used to represent this more special thing, family thing, etc. And now they're just this convenient kind of, look at me, I'm here, look at me, take a picture of this meal, all these damn pictures that these women in particular take of whatever they're eating at any point in time. It's just all a bunch of frivolous activity.
It's the same shit over and over again.
Give a damn about. Yeah.
A picture of my meal. It's a picture of me sitting in the car. For the life of me, I don't understand what makes so many people get the notion to take a picture of themselves when they sitting in a fucking car? What is it about this moment? You're sitting in a car that you decide you want to take a picture of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many damn car pictures and videos and whatever. I don't know what, you know.
The same shit. The bitch.
Half the time I'm like, are you trying to escape from something? Because
She's in, yeah.
cars.
The chick, she's in the bathroom. She puts her ass up on the sink. Take the picture in the mirror. The chick, she turns to the side. Look how big my ass is. The chick, she's in the car. She's gonna put her fingernails up to the emblem on the steering wheel. I mean, it's the same redundant fucking shit over and over and over again. That's Gen Z. And Gen Alpha is no better. I mean, it's only going to get worse.
Well, you know, I remember I recently rewatched this movie that was made, I guess, about 20 years ago. It was called Idiocracy. It was about this guy who somehow ends up in the future, 20 years, whatever number of years later in the future, and everybody's an idiot because of sort of accumulation of just bad decision making of human beings, generation after generation after generation. And it definitely seems like we're on that pathway to, like, 20, 30, 40 years from now, everybody being complete and utter idiots, because especially once the AI kicks in and now, you don't even have to basically think, just ask some dumbass question to some artificial intelligence. So, yeah, I mean, I guess we're on our way to complete and utter human obsolescence. we headed to a point where, motherfuckers literally will not be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. Literally. And the smartest people on the planet will be like, septuagenarians and octogenarians. The smartest people on earth will be old ass people, because they're the only people who remember how to think.
The smartest people will be the people who were already smart and they died and they had their consciousness uploaded into AI some fucking how.
Yeah.
like that, you know what I mean? They're just going, that's just where we're at. It's a culture of dumb, stupid, thinking hurts too much. A culture of I don't feel like it. I don't feel like doing any work.
Yeah.
Everything has to be quick, fast, easy. And then you wonder why nobody wants family, because family is not easy. It's hard.
Yeah.
And all this responsibility.
As much as it breaks my heart, I not seeing families and not seeing people, although, I live in an area where there's still a few young families that come along, which is good to see. It's good to see children in your area or near your community, because you feel like there's some degree of hope to the future, and you hope for those young the parents, these young couples. I mean, these are usually people in my area. Thankfully, in my area, I'm still in an area where there are a high number of people who tend to get married. So you hope for those people, you extend yourself to them a little bit, because you want to kind of encourage some continuation of the society to some small degree to which you might have some influence over. I guess when you're alone, you don't really think about that as much, because you comfortably just kind of making it on your own. But when you have been married and have raised children like myself into adulthood, you hope that things continue on when you're gone. You hope that's what happens.
I just think the young generation doesn't think down the road. It's a very selfish generation. You know, and combine that with the lack of intelligence, combine that with the lack of money, resources. Just, you know, the family is dying in America. There's going to come the only thing that I can think of is that the economy gets so bad it forces people back into the same home with one another again.
Yeah, that could
That's
be
that's the only thing I can
a
think of. Like
delightful unintended consequence, you know.
if it just gets so bad that it's like, you know what? You got to get back with that baby daddy because otherwise you're going to be fucking sleeping in the car. And with some of these Republican states getting rid of no fault divorce, they're getting rid of assumed custody and things like that. They cutting food stamps, they cutting welfare. I do see more of that happening. A lot of women are going to have to just wake up to that fact that, you know what, you might not like him, but it's better than being homeless. And y'all just going to have to figure that shit out, even if it means fuck it, having an open relationship. You know what I'm saying, or whatever. But again, I mean, it's like, what you going to do? Be homeless?
Yeah, I do think if there is going to be some more survivalistic approaches to coexisting. I hope that inspires some social development beyond just I need your ass in order to be able to eat. I mean, I hope more than that evolves from that, and maybe over time it will, and maybe a more productive ethic comes from that. That probably will take more time than I have left, but maybe that's probably what it will take. You know, will take people being forced together, and then okay, now we're forced together. We may as well try to figure out a way in which we can actually enjoy life together. That kind of thing, in a way
Yeah,
that
I mean, it's already happening.
Yeah.
Young people are not moving out. The average rent in America is $2,000.
Right.
Young people are not moving out as fast as they used to. Even if you go to college, you can't find a job. Once you graduate, you move back in at home with your parents. Daycare is $500 a week on average per kid.
Which is crazy because that, I mean, the average American woman makes so little money relative to that it just really does not make any sense at all for her to even work. If the daycare is that expensive, most women it does not make sense for them to work, because when you add all the other extra costs of your clothing and the commuting and all these other ancillary costs that you incur being actively working out of the home, you'd be better off just being a damn housewife and mother.
This is why the birth rates are dropping across the board, not just white people. In my city, because I'm from Baltimore, just like Charles, the birth rate in my city has dropped 15% over the last 10 years. People cannot afford children. People always talk about white birth rates dropping. It's not because of feminism. It's not because of people ain't Christian anymore. And it's not because of abortion and shit. Well, if we get rid of abortion, that'll mean more white babies. Bullshit. You're not having children because you can't fucking afford them. Period. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
You add on the fact that you got all these states, they're cutting welfare. You got chicks all over TikTok spazzing out because they don't have daycare vouchers anymore. Yeah. Welcome to reality. That shit costs.
Yeah, I mean, they're removing those subsidies away from
Yeah.
daycare definitely.
You cannot be a woman
Yeah.
in 2026 going into 2027 and be so quick to give men your ass to kiss anymore. You can't do that. You can't be so quick to burn your bridges because Uncle Sam is not paying for it anymore. You
All
better,
right, ABM,
you
I'm
better
gonna
be
check
on.
out, man.
All right, brother.
Getting a little drowsy here, so I'm sorry. I'm
No, you
check
good.
out, but it was a pleasure talking with you and
Yeah.
Namer. I maybe Charles was checked out. He left us up here, but if you're still listening, Charles, thanks for having me, brother. And yeah, I know I kind of came in a little bit hot early on. I appreciate your patience and empathy, and I guess as I said
Absolutely.
before, I wasn't necessarily indicting you personally. If you, well, I guess it's your stream, so even if you're not listening now, I guess you'll listen maybe after, sometime later on a replay or something. I wasn't really attacking your position necessarily as much as I had and still have a broader concern about what I perceive to be a growing lack of empathy for the humanity, particularly of young Black men and boys. That there is a and even more so, I fear that it is a kind of, I fear that part of it is that the enormity of what we're dealing with is so great that we look for some way to kind of assert some control or presume that we have some kind of control over what's happening. And to some degree we do, but when you're essentially being hunted or being pursued for destruction constantly by a much bigger and stronger and more resourceful enemy, just how many ways are you going to be able to avoid making mistakes? How many? I mean, we're only human. We're going to make mistakes.
True.
As adult men, we're going to make some mistake. I am going to, at some point, get caught speeding, for example.
Yeah.
Maybe on some road, visiting some relatives somewhere, and I just happen to be going my dumb ass through what supposedly, I guess, is a sundown county, for example. And then I get pulled over by the troopers. Now, I've lived my whole life as an old man fairly decently, and I made that one mistake doing 85 somewhere. And now I'm in maybe a life or death situation in bumblefuck ass Mississippi, right? That's just how precarious the life is of a Black man. And I think we have to respect that. I think we have to respect that. I don't think it helps us collectively to expect this fucking Bilchermite, this Kryptonian ass approach to life. I don't think that helps us because we ain't that. We're humans. We're gonna make some fucking mistakes, especially when we're 17 years old. And we need to appreciate and respect that and support each other through that. Even though we can acknowledge that we make the mistakes, we cannot be that harsh and condemnatory towards us when we do that. And it's particularly damning to me when you're old. and extra judgmental in that way. Now, I won't name any names, but I am indirectly alluding to it because it was referenced earlier here. I think it's condemnatory when you are old, when you're old and unempathetic to young black men and boys. Shame on you, because you had a whole lot more time and you've done some shit too that's wrong. We've all done some shit that's wrong. We have all done some shit that could have got our ass locked up 50 times over in the United States of America. So how dare any of us be extra damn condemnatory of some mistakes some 14, 15, 17, or 18-year-old black boy make? How dare we do that? And now, since I'm starting to rant because I'm getting mad again, I'm gonna stop. Thanks for having me, Charles.
Yeah. Skinny Black Guru, to your point, sir.
Yeah.
There's a couple things that come to mind, and I remember watching these two clips by chance, and a movie scene, because I've had these discussions with certain people about stuff like this, and I remember there was a speech, and there were these two speeches by H. Rap Brown that come to mind. One was when he was talking about collectivism versus individualism and how black people were sold wolf tickets. The other was where H. Rap Brown explained to people black people can never be afforded individuality in America. Black people can never be afforded individuality in America, especially as a minority. You're seen as a collective, and with collectives, you see them through stereotypes, through misconceptions, and this, that, and the third. If they were to see Carmelo Anthony in particular, or any other black man at his age as an individual, then that means they would also have to acknowledge his humanity, and that he's at fault, that he's going to make mistakes at that age. The second being the history.
And understand, when you condemn Carmelo, I'm not saying don't punish him, but I'm saying when you condemn or when you are extra critical of him, you make it that much easier for your adversary and enemy to utilize that as a basis for condemning and destroying other young black men and boys. Because I have observed these people over 60-some years now, and I know that's what they do. I know that's what they use. You know, I know they use your own shit that you do. They use it against you. They will use Carmelo against us, and they will use our condemning of Carmelo against us as justification for destroying the next black boy. They use shit that Trayvon Martin, that they alluded to, that Trayvon Martin did wrong. They vilified, they use him wearing a hoodie, and they start vilifying all the black boys wearing damn hoodies. Don't y'all remember that? Don't y'all remember that?
I remember that.
So I mean, that's what they do. That's what they do. And then right after that, a 11-year-old boy gets shot down with a damn ray gun. Right?
Tamir Rice with a pellet gun. And the thing was, he had the orange safety marker removed on it, so they thought it was a real gun. And the dispatcher
it's
and the person who called 911 told them it was a kid.
Trayvon Martin, Tamir Rice, all that through line, all through Cyrus and through Nolan. It's a through line through all of those.
Bakari Henderson, when he was overseas.
You all that little young damn nigga that we got to get rid of. You all that they all that thing. We got to get rid of. We got to destroy. We got to demean. We got to diminish.
I remember. If you remember the show American Gods, there's that scene where Bilquis, aka the Queen Sheba, Thoth, and Mr. Nancy were all in the funeral home together. And Mr. Nancy was just like, was reading them the riot act. At one point, he looked at Bill Chris and looked at her and said, "My dear, this country wants you to believe that white people are inherently good. So when a white person does something horrendous, it is a good person doing a bad thing. And they also want you to believe that black people are inherently bad. So when a black man does something good, it's only a matter of time before that animal shows its nature." The word right there. It's a matter of time until that animal shows its true nature. And how he talks about how
I promise you, they see Carmelo Anthony in every boy, particularly in Texas, but not specifically in Texas. They see Carmelo Anthony in every black boy they want to hate. Everyone.
Here's a name. Here's a name we forgot to mention. Ferguson, Missouri's own Mike Brown.
Well, yeah, I mean, Mike Brown was kind of like the initiation into this whole sort of era of vilification of vilification and destruction of the young black male image and reputation and all of that. So yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna get off here because I'm getting a little tired and I started running. So again, forgive me, Charles, but thanks for having me, and I hope you, Charles, and I hope you gentlemen have a good evening.
Good evening. Always
likewise, sir.
About to shut it down. Hopefully, y'all had the conversation of a lifetime. Woo. And we out.
Bye bye.